Hello again, Struck. Welcome back to my channel, to my stream. Just a moment. Today I will be doing some theory crafting, some more build making live. So if you liked watching me theory craft my next builds last week, some of them, there's more coming today and in some of the other days before the game launches. I'll be doing that to save myself time, so that in the daytime um, I would be I would be making builds, and then in the evening I would be doing those streams. And yeah, I've asked you regarding the Necro and the Sorcerer. After my stream today, I will ask about the Druid, and eventually I'll ask about Rogue and Barbarian. Which builds from my old ones do you want me to prioritize, making 2.0 versions of, and which builds, whether you would rather see new ones or whether you would rather see updated version of those. Obviously, I'll try to do as much as possible, but again, time is limited until the game launches. There's also gonna be some other stuff I need to do in this month. There's some games I might wanna play as well and devote some time to those. There's also gonna be the Diablo 4 server slam. But here is the results of the votes so far for the Sork and Necru builds you would like to see. Starfall is leading in terms of what you would rather see me remake. And good news, I've actually got Starfall kind of almost ready. Just need to sort the paragons and sockets. And then there's the snowblower, the frozen orb build, and then there's the ice explosion with that shutter kind of setup. And then make new ones. Okay, so definitely there's people who want to see new stuff and people who want to see updated stuff. Regarding the Necro, Dark Ward is in the lead. Well, I'm gonna do a mist explosion build today, but Dark Ward would be the next one after that for sure. In fact, if we have time, I could do a Dark Ward Theorycraft tonight, but I'd rather do a Sorka Necro and a Druid setup. I've got a very interesting drink setup surprise for you. The Mad Dog Druid. Humomancer second place, and Mr. Bones and Make New Ones is kind of um, equal. So I'll keep monitoring those, and again, I'll ask you for the other classes. Now let me go back to my stuff and greet Goddess. Did I get Redfall? No, I did not get Redfall, and I don't intend on getting Redfall. So there is that. I mean, if I somehow stumble upon a key, I'll obviously play it. If I get some free Game Pass subscription, I would definitely um I would definitely do that. I would play it. So as you saw, Starfall has been the most voted build you would want to see updates for when it comes to Sork. Well, the good news is I've already sorted the unique item, and it's the Shako or Shako. The Harlequin crest is what I would recommend for a Starfall Meteor build. Don't look at the skills. The skills is it's not the right skills here. But let's show you what I've come up with when it comes to skills. I haven't gotten to the part where I do paragons. I've only gotten to the part where I do skills and aspects and unique item. But this is what I would recommend for a setup around Starfall 2.0. Starfall 2.0 no longer using a core skill. Why? Because I played it in the beta without a core skill, and it works perfectly fine without a core skill. You would need a core skill until you unlock Meteor. The moment you unlock Meteor, you can get rid of the core skill, and Meteor is your mana spamming. So you're starting with a firebolt just so you can get the mana generation. It's not going to be the source of damage. Then you're moving on to Devastation for some maximum mana. And the only reason we're taking Devastation is just so we can unlock the defensive passives. If you don't like devastation, you can just put those 3 points here, but those 3 points need to be put someplace. Alternatively, put 3 points more into firebolt for level 4. You just need 3 more points to unlock the defensive skills. 1 point flame shield with enhanced flame shield and shimmering flame shield, and then teleport as a single point with the upgrade for damage reduction. This Wacky Hit is very strong component of this setup. If you look at the itemization here, you would see we have Wacky Hit for burning damage. Just a moment. Let me move some of my stuff so I can see it. We have Wacky Hit for burning damage has up to 5-10% chance to restore mana. And you'll see in a moment other lucky hits, but for example, this one, your lucky hit chance is increased by 10 to 20% while you have a barrier active. And barriers, we will have barriers active a lot of the time. So getting that extra lucky hit chance definitely would help. And the Shaco, as you can see, the Harlequin quest gives us damage reduction, and it gives you 2 ranks to all skills. Um, and it gives us all stats, cooldown reduction, mind you, cooldown reduction very important here. And I think it's the perfect item to combine with a meteor build. Um, so let's go back to the skills. After the defensive skills comes the conjuration, Hydra 1 point with enhanced and with the invoked one that gives them crit strike chance. Alternatively, you can do this, but that's not the focus on the build. It's more about direct fire damage rather than burning, but burning still works nicely. And see, Wacky hit chance increased by 15%, which stacks with this 10 to 20%. So let's say you have this road at 20 and you have the other 15. That's 35% on top of your current Wacky hit chance. So that 35% would boost this from 5, 10 to 40, 45 chance to restore mana. And you will be burning a lot. You won't rely on burning as the source of damage, but burning to rely as a source of mana is, I think, a great combo. Um, in a moment, I'll show you the aspects here, and then we'll go over through the Paragon so you would know why I'm doing the choices I'm doing. So, align the elements, damage reduction against elites for each second you haven't taken damage, and the most important sorcerer skill, protection. Using a skill with cooldown, regardless whether it's a regular skill or an ultimate, it still will trigger this. Grants you 30% of your maximum life as a barrier for 5 seconds, which is in my opinion, most crucial survivability skill on the sorcerer skill tree. Sorcerer skill tree. Icy Veil, your barriers have 15% increased duration. It's an important 3 points here. Meteor maxed out, needless to say, it's the build around me item, element, let's say element of the skill tree. So this one has 40% Wacky hit chance. And if you remember, we have 15 here, and then up to 20 from an aspect, which again, this means pretty solid. Up to 35 more on top of this 40%. Then enhanced meteor chance to get an additional meteor if you hit more than 3 enemies, and 30% faster falls is what I prefer. If you think you want more immobilize, then you can get rid of this, but I'd rather have this one. Moving on to Inner Flames, Devouring Blaze, Pyromancy skills deal increased damage while we are healthy. We will try to be healthy. We've got plenty of survivability. I mean, we've got 2 defensive skills, and we've got this chance to lower the cooldown of our defensive skills once every 10 seconds. And we've got other things you'll see in a moment regarding defensive stuff. So, Devouring Blaze, you do increase crit strike damage against burning enemies if they're also immobilized. Again, immobilized, you can get it here, but we're getting it from many other places, so no need to get it from here. If they're also immobilized, this bonus is x 75%, so pretty solid. And then Lucky Hit, see another Lucky Hit that benefits from that up to 35% bonus. This one is 15% chance, but with the 35, obviously it becomes 50. Chance to immobilize enemies for 2 seconds, and doubled while you are healthy. So while we are healthy, that's 30%, and on top of those other 35, we can get from a passive um, and um, aspect combined. And that will be a 65% chance for this to happen, which means we don't really need to invest here. And here Inferno, amazing ultimate to combine with Meteor. You pop Inferno and you start spamming Meteors for 8 seconds without mana cost. Not only that, but it also pulls the enemies in the center, so you could neatly group them up for Meteors. And while it's active, your Pyromancy skills, again, as I said, cost no mana. Pretty solid. Here, killing a burning enemy increases your mana regeneration. After standing still for 1.5 seconds, I've only put 2 points here. It's that the pyromancy skills will cost 10% less mana. We didn't have enough points to put 3, and I think it's understandable. 10% less mana is still reasonable because Meteor will cost 36 for less mana. That's good enough for us. And warmth, every 1 second you heal for 0.9% of maximum life for each nearby burning enemy. While, not while, healing increased to 1.8% from bosses. And the Essus Ferocity is what I was building around. Steph says, I still don't know what class to play. Same. The more I get into the build making, the more I get confused which one I like the most. Your fire critical strike damage is increased by 25 multiplicative against enemies above 50% life, and crit chance with fire skills increased by 5% against enemies below 50% life. Killing an enemy with a crit strike grants both bonuses against all enemies for 3 seconds. Now remember this so I can show you an aspect that boosts it. So, killing an enemy with a crit strike grants both bonuses against all enemies for 3 seconds. Now, this here, while both bonuses from the Essus Ferocity key passives are active, your attack speed, which also works for casting speed, is increased by 40 to 50%, which, as you can see, a very, very strong one. Now, here is the aspects I've selected. Before I go into the paragons, I want to show you the aspects, and then we can go make the paragons, and then we can go and pick the gems for this. So, aspect of 3 curses is what I put in the amulet for the 50% increased effectiveness. So, Meteor deals 35 to 50% increased critical strike damage against healthy targets. So, while you're starting the fight, while they have 75% or more, 80% or more HP remaining. So, this one will be 35 plus 50% of 35, which is what, 17.5 more, up to 75%. Pretty solid extra crit strike damage. Another thing that works well with Meteor, uh, an this shouldn't be it should be a hail of meteorites falls during Inferno, dealing fire damage on impact. Your meteorites immobilize enemies for 3 seconds. More ways to immobilize. And now, meteorites fall around Meteor, dealing fire damage on impact. Your meteorites, which my guess is that this thing that says your meteorites additionally burn enemies, will also apply to those meteorites. This is just my guess there. And they burn enemies. They hit for 3 times this damage. I remember the formula here had this number times 3. This X number times 3 over 6 seconds. So they do damage and then they burn enemies for 3 times that damage over 6 seconds on top of it. We've also selected core or mastery skills cast at or above 100 mana, gain 20 to 40% increased crit strike chance. Why did we select this? Inferno makes us cast skills at no mana cost. What does this mean for us? This means we pop Inferno and then if we have maximum mana, which we should have plenty if we play our cards right. If we have enough mana before popping off Inferno, our ultimate, then we can just keep spamming Meteor at maximum mana for that extra increased damage. And then, as I showed you, the way to get extra mana, burning damage has 5 to 10%, but this is plus 35 more from aspect and passive. So solid 40 to 45% chance to restore mana when we have burning dots proccing. Taking direct damage has 5 to 10% chance to reset the cooldown of one of your defensive skills. Again, synergizes well with both of our defensive skills. The more we use our defensive skills, the more we get barrier on us. The more we get damage reduction from teleport, the more we get immunity from Inferno, the more we get healing from Inferno. Um, and you have 20% increased crowd control duration. I put this on every build. It's this good. 20% increased crowd control duration and deal 20 to 50% multiplicative increased damage to unstoppable enemies. And boss fights would be spent mostly fighting the unstoppable version of the bosses and elites and stuff. Steph says first it was Necro, then it was Sork, now it's between Rogue and Druid, and I think they have strong endgame. I think everyone has strong endgame if you don't mess up the build too much. And here a little bit of extra mobility, which is optional. Optional mobility after teleporting. This can be replaced with another mobility or another utility. So there are options here. An aspect of the protector will temporarily stay on the helmet until we get the Shaco, until we get the unique item. Damaging an elite grants you a barrier. Again, works well with this build. We have plenty of barriers, and it's easy to get this one early from fractured peaks in the game. So something that could stay there temporarily and be a good fewer. Now off to the Paragon boards, off to the fun part of this. We need to start making the paragons. Um, okay, I'll go for the damage. This build is plenty survivable. Now I have to pick stuff. I have to pick stuff here. I have to pick smart. Hmm. This would require 25 intelligence, right? No, 40 intelligence. Okay. Um, not for here. You would pick Crusader. Oh yeah, Crusader or Paladin. I think we need such a thing, but the rumors are people found some hidden files in the game about a potential Dark Knight, Death Knight, Cultist Knight. So something like an Unholy Crusader, Unholy Paladin. That might be the sixth class we get next year as a DLC, probably in June. If they stick to 1 year, 1 year after launch, the first big expansion, the first next class for season number 4 or whatever. Um, or actually, it might be season number 5. We would have June, July, August. June, July, August, season 1. September, October, November, season 2. December, January, February, season 3. March, April, May, season 4. And yeah, season 5, most likely. But there are potential. It's gonna be pretty solid, and it will fit nicely to have some sort of a new class that is like an unholy version of the Crusader or the Paladin, something like that, some sort of a class like that. Uh, we need a heavily armored class with big massive tower shields, maybe something like that. But take this with a lot of grains of salt. Uh, they've just found some hidden stuff in the game that is not confirmation. This was just some symbols that might indicate to this. It could have been just some symbols added there for lore for war purposes, but we'll see. For each skill equipment in your enchantments, what's okay? Not this dealing damage to vulnerable, not this. Flame feeder, you deal 10% increase direct damage to burning enemies. Well, not this either. Every pyromancy skill you cast or every second you channel incinerate increases your fire damage. Okay, so you don't need to be channeling incinerate to get the most out of this. So if you cast 5 pyromancy skills, for example, you pop Inferno and you start spamming meteors, after the fifth one you would be at 10% extra. Paragon nodes within range gain 40% bonus to their fire damage and then not for this board. This is good, but not for this board. But reinforced might be good for this board. 50% bonus to all rare nodes within range. Not a bad thing for here. Tactician increase damage for 4 seconds after casting a defensive skill. And again, bonus damages to all rare nodes. Another good thing for here. Damage reduction against close enemies. With this build, ideally you would be far away from the enemies, but you do have plenty of survivability to soak up hits and stay close. Increase damage per... See, if we do that, we would want to stay close. If we do that, increase damage per nearby burning enemy. This requires willpower, not for this place. After spending 50 mana, you deal increased damage and gain increased mana regeneration. Bonus to all magic nodes within range. I think this works fine because we'll get this bonus to the non-physical damage here, so it will make it worth it. And I think it's worth taking this 24 dex because of this. It's worth it. In fact, we might as well take the resistances and it's spending 4 more points. But I think it's worth spending those 4 more points because it lets us do this. So instead of taking strength and willpower, I think it's a good way to start here. Steering heat, yes. Okay, so they've changed it. They've changed the guy has updated his build calculator so that you select what to attach instead of having to manually attach it, which is nice, which is very nice. Well, now I still now I still have to decide on the rotation, the right rotation. Submit your photo. So, do I go for this one first, or do I go for those ones here first? For this one, I already know what I want to put. Damage reduction from enemies that are burning. Critical strike damage. Okay, so we'll go through here, then over here, and then through here, and then through here. Then from here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Willpower, intelligence, and dex is what I'm looking for. This one requires willpower. So let me check where the willpower is. There is one willpower here. Oh, there is willpower here and here. And then after that, we can go up. Willpower int, willpower int. Okay, let's do that. We'll go dex willpower. So in theory, this one that says every pyromancy skill you cast in blah blah blah, incinerate, blah blah blah. This means that if we play our cards right on an Inferno pop, the first 5 casts of Meteor will be what we use to get the maximum, and after that it will be with the maximum bonus of 10%. But the good thing here is the Paragon nodes within range gain 192% bonus to their fire damage and damage reduction modifiers. This is the better thing about this Pyromaniac. The damage reduction, fire damage reduction, this fire resistance should be boosted in theory, because this is fire damage reduction. Um, this guy hasn't coded this in, but he has coded in probably the fire damage increase. Or has he? Maybe he hasn't. See, this fire damage increase and this fire damage and this fire damage, they should be boosted, but they aren't. So this one should be 5 plus um, this should be 14.4 or something like that. 14 point something. And this one should be 14 point something. And this one should be 29 point 2 fire damage percent. So it doesn't show it, but it is there. And this dex we probably don't need. Um, Instead of going here and here, I decide to go here and here so I can take the willpower. That way, we have the 29 willpower. We don't need this anymore, obviously. And I think it's fine. We have the fire resistances, so we can move on through here. But how do we get to here? Int, dex, dex, int, obviously. We don't need this cluster, so we are going over there. Let me check the best way to reach it. The best way to reach it should be from here, so we have an easy route down there. Willpower int willpower. Actually, let's go int dex willpower int boom. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Still the same. And now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna leave those not taken. Those two. And at this point, we have to decide one more board. We're already at level 70 Sork. Um, the burning damage is increased. Again, we're not building around burning damage. We're building around direct fire damage, where burning damage triggers certain things for us, such as mana regeneration. Barriers are important though. I'm probably gonna go for enchantments being stronger, maybe. Let me double check something with Burning Instinct. I wanna check the stuff inside Burning Instinct. Damage reduction from enemies that are burning, fire resistance, damage to burning enemies, damage to elites. Okay, I think we will take this. This one would be just an added bonus of extra burning damage. Um, but chance to execute non-injured elites, damage to elites, definitely nice. Smoldering embers, damage reduction from enemies that are burning, again, pretty solid. Damage to burning enemies, again, pretty solid. And where was the enchantment master? What was the enchantment master's bonuses here? Non-physical damage, which again, oh, I think we might actually go for this one first. Non-physical damage, so this will be boosting our fire damage. And it's damage to elites, non-physical damage combined together in a cluster. Non-physical damage, even some life combined. Damage taken over time. Okay, so for this one, I need to do something. I need to check how I did Enchantment Master on my Chaining Thunder moment. I already have this here, so might as well replicate the same pathway I've used. So where did I put Enchantment Master? I put Enchantment Master over here. So let's try to replicate this. Enchantment Master. So I entered Enchantment Master from one of the gates closer to the green stuff, meaning this gate here. This is it. And I can just replicate what I've done, because I've already done the pathways here for this one. I've done the maths of which nodes would be better to take. I will do it, but I will also double check it to make sure there isn't anything better to do. I didn't take that willpower up there, so we'll see in that dex. I mean that dex over there. We'll see if I really need it. I did take willpower here, but for now I first need to decide what I'll be taking over here. I didn't take the willpower. I only took the resistance twice. Let me double check now what I want to put here. And this is gonna be deciding whether I go for dex, whether I go for willpower, whether I go for intelligence in this place. We have Pyromaniac, we have Unleash. Torch is good. As I said, Reinforced and Tactician are also great. And Territorial as well. Territorial would work well if you go Torch. Torch and Territorial go well together. Flame Feeder also goes well with this. What else does Enchanter give us? Increase non-physical damage. Well, fan of that. Mastery skills have 20% increased area. And what would you know about Meteor being a mastery skill? Obviously, it works well. Meteor being a mastery skill. I think this is nice. And for every 5 intelligence within range, mastery skills gain 14% increased damage. This gives you 10 intelligence, this gives you 10 intelligence. And look at how much more intelligence you can get. Int here, 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 here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This counts for 2. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You can get this bonus 13 times. 13 times 14.4% increased damage for your meteor. And not only that, but it also gets increased range. So it's a no-brainer here. You don't have to think too much about whether you want to take this or not. Obviously, it's a great pick. Obviously, you want to just get the 40 intelligence first. First, you get the 40 intelligence, and eventually you return to this board to few. Um, so now what I would suggest is you need two more int. Let me double check how I exited. I exited from the top, and I skipped on those before, right? Because this one is not as important. Or is it actually? Wait, 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 wait. Okay. In the other build, I took this later. I returned to take it later, and in this build, I'll probably do the same. I'll probably take this, and again, I'm not. I'm thinking of not taking that one, but rather taking that one. But hmm. I think last time I only took this one because it was already close on the way, and I wanted to exit through here. But what if I exit through there? It's gonna be too big of a distraction. Let me double check it. If I'm exiting 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Just two notes difference, but I'm already going for this one. If I do this. The one advantage this one has is it gives me 2 intelligence on the way, but I'll be taking those eventually as a fewer. Um, but that means those 2 extra notes turn into 4 extra notes that you need to take. Let's look at it in a different way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. That way we are still going here. Let me check. Int, dex, willpower. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And with this one, 6. Let me check something else. 1, 2, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. This is the shortest path. I think we found it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15. Wait, 13, 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay. We saved 2 points, and that means we can put those 2 points towards this one. 1 point goes there, and now we have our 40 intelligence, and we're still 1 point less spent if I were to go over here. Let's check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, it's not saving points. Oh, before I took this path here, and that was probably, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this one 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this one 6. I probably miscounted this way, but it's better than this one. This one would be more points. This one would be um longer to reach here because it would involve putting more stuff there. And I think this is okay. This takes more intelligence. If we go here, we take more intelligence. But if we go here, we get useful stuff as well. Kind of annoying that we have to go for strength here. Kind of a waste, but I think this is the better option still. And now we're within close proximity to this one. So 1, 2. And now we can take the burning instinct as the final board. And we have to decide, do we go for a priority on that one? This one shouldn't be a priority. In fact, you might not even take this one. You don't need this one. Because this build is not all about the burn. Thomas Prime says, how do I get those main stats again? Oh, paragons. You get them from items. Items drop various rows. Let me open some video so you can see some. But you get them from stats, from paragons. You get them from item rows as well. Every item can row strength, intelligence, willpower, and dex. Every item. As far as I know, it can drop on every single SWAT. Let me show you my footage. Diablo 4, not more raw. Diablo 4 raw footage. Open beta. I don't have all of my streams, but I have a lot of my streams. For example, this one. You notice this, so just give. So as you can see, I'm checking some items here, and some of those items probably, obviously, it's a small chance because there's like almost 300 different rows. Some of them don't row on everything, but again, you will probably notice that maybe some items have it. Maybe can't guarantee. See, this one has Dex. So a level 14 requirement item armor gives you between 7 and 12 Dex. And again, you can re-roll it. See, this one gives you 3 to 0 stats. Um, So you can get all stats and stuff like that from various places, such as all items, such as um, certain unique stuff as well. Like for example, the unique item we selected for this build. Where did it go? Is the Shaco, the Harlequin crest, the Harlequin's crest. This gives us 20 up to 28 O stats, 14 to 28 O stats, regarding on how high it throws on the thing. So for this build, having all stats from this is good for sure. But again, you can get all stats. So if you assume that the max level items could give you between 10 and 20, or between 12 and 25, if this one is a little stronger than the regular ones, that's not bad. That means from the various item slots, which are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 plus 1 for a sorcerer. So 9 or 10, depending whether you go two-handed or offhand. With one hand, you can get between 90 to 200 extra all stats, and that's all stats. That's not something that gives you bonuses to a specific stat. If you just want a specific stat, it will give you a little more. So there's that to consider. Okay, at this point, we probably don't even need Burning Instinct, and we can just take the rest of the good stuff, which would be chance to execute, burning damage to burning enemies, maybe damage reduction from elites, but I would rather focus here, here, and here, and then return and get this intelligence there, and potentially few some other stuff. So willpower int, willpower dex int, damage reduction dex int, and here, um, first of all, let me double check. This is damage reduction from elites that are burning, and this is damage to burning enemies and intelligence. So with the Paragon boards, there are some things that can give you increased bonus on the blue notes, on the magic notes around it, or it could give you increased bonus to the yellow notes around it. Like for example, one such thing was the barrier one, the reinforced. This gives you 50% at rank 1 or 240% at rank 20 bonus to all rare notes within range. This means this one from 10 intelligence went to 34 intelligence. And this one as well. And from 10% damage to burning enemies to 34% damage to burning enemies. And the damage reduction from enemies that are burning, I think it was 4%, went to 13.5. Or was it 5%? In general, it's very solid. It's very solid, and if you get enough willpower, you also get that damage reduction while you have an active barrier. There is another one that you can take, which is a Tactician. You deal increased damage for 4 seconds after casting a defensive skill. Works very great with this one. We have two defensive skills. We have Inferno and we have Teleport. And on top of that, we have this thing. Taking the red damage has 5 to 10% chance to reset the cooldown of one of your defensive skills. If this is a wacky hit, it doesn't say that it's a wacky hit, but if it is actually a wacky hit, it will benefit from the 10 to 20% from here, and from the passive we have another 15%. So we can get 30 to 35% increased wacky hit chance. That's without even putting it in the amulet for 50% effectiveness here. And that if it is a wacky hit thing, it would proc often, but this one stacks with the passive skill, that makes our defensive skills have a chance to trigger once every 10 seconds if we do a crit strike. So this one is actually a wacky hit. So with this one, we will be resetting the cooldown every now and then. Then there is the item, the Shaco, the Harlequin Crest, which gives us cooldown reduction as well. And I think it's a good synergy. I think this Paragon bonus here that we took is the way to go. I've missed a note here. And I've missed a note here. Okay. Let's not forget about those notes. So with this one here, we've taken what we wanted. I think it's good to boost those. We need willpower. Willpower is needed, which means boom, 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 boom. Now we're at... oh no, it needs dex, not willpower. It needs dex. I'll do it that way. It's one extra note, but it's gonna be worth it. How much dex? It's 24, so we do need that one dex here. And this gives us the bare bones, bare minimum dex we need. I don't need that willpower. I'll go like that. Damage reduction from enemies that are burning. If you don't want this one, you don't need to take it. But we do need this damage to burning enemies, so we can do that. And now what we need is this and this. And I think at 90, at level 90 Sork, without renown bonuses in Paragons, without renown points in Paragons, so most likely at this stage of the Paragon board, you would be level 84, 85 ish, because in fact you could be, yeah, you would be 5 levels lower. So you would be level 85 at this point rather than 90, because you would have 20 renown points. 20 renown points equals 5 levels. You get four Paragon points from a level, and you get four for each area you clear in terms of renown. If you reach the right amount of renown, so that means um, at that point you would be level 85 roughly. So let's save this. Save. Did I select enchantments? Is there a place to select the enchantments? There isn't. I'll have to write them somewhere down. I'll have to pick enchantments later. We can do that. So let me save, share URL, and I haven't decided on gems. I'll have to decide gems as well. So let's say level. Okay, this is ready. Now let's feel. Now comes the feeling. The feeling, do we go for this or this first? I think this one would be better first, damage. Um, int, willpower, dex. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, has to be this way. Now this is level 93. Attack speed also increases casting speed. And we'll probably get this damage reduction from elites. I see no reason why not to. In fact, we might even get this one, but again, this one is not really needed. Um, I don't think we'll need this as much. I'd rather take this damage reduction from elites. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Obviously, it's the shortest path. We won't get the armor though. I'm not getting the armor. And now what I said is enchantment master fewer. We want to take as much intelligence here as we can. For every intelligence here we take, we get 14.4% increased damage for meteor. Now we have 65 intelligence divided by 5, and let me do it. Um, let me do the multiplication and adding of the damage. So first we take 65 divided by 5 and then multiply that. That's 13 times 14. Was it 14.4? 14.4. So that's 187.2. 187.2 damage to meteor, which is a mastery skill. And it's additive. It is additive, which it's amazing how much you can get just from taking a few notes here and there. If you need that resistant to elements, it can also be taken. And we still have points. We still have remaining points. Oh wait, there was one thing here missing. Just a moment. I need to open this and fix that. I probably misclicked it while scrolling. Let's see now. Does it open the right one? It opens the right one. Okay. Okay, so now that we filled here, where else could we fill? Fire resistance, danger reduction from enemies that are burning, a little bit of dex here. Fire damage, damage over time. I think this one is good thing to fill with. Alternatively, we can pick this one. Your burning damage is increased, but again, um, burning is not what we need the most. But this one is not bad. To just take a little bit of damage resistance and fire damage reduction to burning and fire resistance, and I'm not sure. I'm not convinced I want to do this. What we could do here is um 7 resistance to all elements. 7 is a lot. And we have all blue magic nodes boosted here, so I'll take this and this as well as the fewer. If we need resistance to all elements, we can always dip down here, but I think we don't need to. So yeah, I think this one is worth taking. It's not a big investment to reach it. I think we'll take this one. Now we have 3 more points. With 3 more points, we cannot go here and take this again. We don't need it. But with 3 more points, I'm gonna probably take some resistance to all elements. Like resistance to all elements here, resistance to all elements there. And damage reduction from burning enemies. And that's it. That's the full setup. Save, share URL, and let's put it here. Now we need to decide on the gems. I've got the gems shortlisted on my end, but what I'll do here for the gems is I'll duplicate this. I'll create something for the gems. Um, Okay. So what I'll do here is I think I'll do that. Just a moment. Moment. I need to move my mic a little bit in a different place so I can see what I'm doing. But I pretty much wanna quickly resize stuff, and I'll make a table with all the gems here. I have them in a document. So resize the row. Boom, 36. Ah, shit. I cannot do multiple. I think it's just a little tricky to get them. Okay, I think it worked. What were the rarities? Just a moment. The Where did I place it? I think it starts with crude, crude, and what were they? Amethyst. There were 7, right? Amethyst, diamond. Let's start with the diamond. Ruby, emerald. Am I missing something? Sapphire. Ah, skull, skull. Okay, so what I'll do here is just I want to populate this info. I should have done that off stream, but let's do it now. Let's merge. Where is the merge? Merge. 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 Okay, I think that would work. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think that's all of them. Let me double check. So to pass, skull, sapphire, ruby, emerald, diamond, amethyst. Yeah, that means this one as well. Okay, I'll just fix this quickly. Okay, I think this worked nicely. So now let's take this, just copy it a few more times. Root. This one is chipped. One is the regular. That doesn't have any affix or whatever. This is flawless. This is royal. And what's left? I think that's it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. After that, we don't need them. And we're almost done. Just need to resize a little bit. Back. Why can't it let me do it? I'm almost done. Sorry for making you watch me do this shit. So, for now, I'll just copy the one I need and I'll leave the rest for some other time. I won't populate this. So, okay, and stop fire. It would be easier when I have those here so I can decide what I like and what I don't like. Let's clear this one. Okay, what's left? I have some more over here that I can take from the overkeeper. From the overkeeper, I can take emerald. That way, it would be so much easier to decide when I see them side by side. When I see them side by side, and I can decide, okay, I like the bonuses of this one, that one. I think the only one I don't have in other builds would be the topaz, which I have in a document on my Wine. What one was this one? Ruby? An amethyst I had in the necro. I'm pretty sure it was in the necro. Was it in the druid? Yeah, it's gotta be the necro. There it is. Okay, what does the topaz give other than lightning resistance? Okay, sorted. Sorted. I'll fix that later. So now at least I know what I want. So definitely taking the diamond. Definitely ultimate barrier and no resistance. All of that is good for this build. All of that on the diamond. In fact, full diamond is mostly what most people would run on this setup. Increased strike range to crowd control enemies, not so bad. We have plenty of crowd control. I think what we need here is okay. Now we can read it. But I'll add some more. I'll add some more stuff. I'll add. Did I add the ruby? Maybe the ruby could go there for extra life. Or the overpower damage. I'd rather keep it to that one. I'd rather keep it to those three: skull, diamond, and potentially sapphire. But maximum life from the ruby is not bad. It just with plenty of barriers and stuff we don't need. Damage over time from the amethyst. I'll add that one. But again, this is not a damage over time build. It's not the burning damage that is making us strong. Um, but okay, let's add it. So amethyst, diamond, skull, and sapphire. Potential good picks for this one. Alternatively, the ruby for life. But yeah, okay. I think we've sorted the gems. We've sorted the rest. Don't look at the skills. The skills, I'll add those later. The stats, I'll add those later. But we have the legendary items. We have the unique item, and we have the paragons for the Starfall 2.0 already picked. And next is the Mist Potion Necromancer. The Mist Potion Necromancer is something I loved in the beta. It's all centered around this explosive mist. Blood mist triggers corpse explosion on surrounding corpses. When blood mist, when blood mist detonates a corpse, its cooldown is reduced. This one I loved playing with Blood Search. In fact, I can even show you some footage of me playing that kind of setup. Where was it? Maybe this one. See, this is it. This is it. Me playing this kind of setup. Obviously, I'm playing the version of this one that I could make in the beta. With my whack of legendary powers, I couldn't fully get the most out of it. But just so you can see, this one where you keep exploding, auto triggering corpse explosion. I didn't have all the bonuses, all the legendary powers. I didn't have the unique item as well. But in some fights, it was pretty much obliterating them in some fights. While in others, depending on how lucky I would be. But overall, it was a very solid one. I think eventually later I got more bonuses and it got stronger and stronger when I got more legendary synergies when I played it. Like I think this was probably a good fight. Let's see the fight from the beginning. It's I'm not so here, so it's tough to see. But overall, you get the idea. This is that type of a build, inspired from my experiences in the beta. We are building around Black River. Black River is an interesting site. It's a one-handed site, which is lovely, which leaves the shield or offhand. I decided to go for an offensive offhand rather than a shield, so that we can have one more offensive aspect. Black River gives you corpse explosion, consumes up to 4 additional corpses around the initial corpse. So up to 5 total corpses. You will be consuming a lot of corpses, so you need all the corpses you can get. It deals increased damage and larger radius per additional corpse. So the more corpses it manages to consume, obviously if there aren't enough corpses, it won't consume them, but if there are, it will. Um, it means the more corpses, the more the radius would increase, and the more the damage will be of that one. You get up to 63 intelligence. Just from this one item, you can get 63 intelligence. Damage to healthy enemies, extremely good, and fueled by death passive. The fueled by death passive, and let's just move away from this one. The fueled by death passive, those are the skills. I'll show you the skills in a moment, but the fueled by death, FBD, where is FBD? FBD is here. You deal up to 12. It's 4, 8, 12% increased multiplicative damage for 4 seconds after you consume a corpse. So this gives you 1 rank to this one. And on top of that, it gives you between 2 and 4 ranks of corpse explosion, regarding on how lucky and how high the level it is of the item when it drops. I think 4 is for ascended, and 3 is for sacred, and 2 is for regular. I think that's how it works. You get the bare minimum as a regular item. Then Sacred and Ascended give you +1 each. I can't remember which one was the first one. Moment. I'm gonna confirm this just a second. Which one was first Ascended or Sacred? April 2023, Diablo developer update. Was that it? Diablo developer update? I can't remember which one was first, Ascended or Sacred. Okay, Sacred is first. Okay, so Sacred is first and then it's Ascended at Torment at tier 4. So Sacred is probably gonna be 3 ranks and Ascended probably will be 4 ranks. I think that's how this works. But I might be wrong, and you might be able to get 4 on a non-ascended or non-sacred item. But overall, it's the best item I think for such a build. I will make another shadow damage over time corpse explosion build with Blight, which would be the Dark Ward um, 2.0. And because as you see, you voted for Dark Ward. I asked you on YouTube which one you wanna see um, as a priority. So the next Necro build I make after this one that I'm showing you would be the Dark Ward. Um, so I will listen. Let's go through the skills, and after that I'll show you the item. Or actually, I think it's good to show you the items first. Maybe I don't know. Items or skills first. Let's go through the skills first, so you know what I've done. Hemorrhage 1 point, and just enhanced hemorrhage. This one does not go on our skill bar slot later in the game. Later in the game, you can do that without hemorrhage in the skill bar slot. You don't need it because um, fueled by not fueled by death. Grim Harvest. Grim Harvest gives you enough essence as is. You will be consuming so many corpses so often that you get plenty of essence. And on top of that, we have Coat Mages Upgrade 1. Coat Mages Upgrade 1 gives you each time your Coat Mages damage enemies with their primary attack, you gain 2 essence. I tested this, I loved this. It was pretty solid to play that way. I was getting solid amount of essence even if there weren't any corpses to consume for Grim Harvest, and I didn't feel the need to have a basic skill. So that's why just 1 point here, 1 point here, just so you can unlock the core. Maxing out Blood Search, um, but again, Blood Search maxing out shouldn't be a priority. You should max out Corpse Explosion first, then max out maybe Blood Mist, although probably Blood Search first before Blood Mist. And yeah, I think I would max out Corpse Explosion. I would just put 1 point in Blood Search, go here, go there. Um, get Hued Flesh because this is important to get corpses to spawn, especially during boss fights. This is a necessity. It's a must-have for boss fights to get more corpses. Then eventually you would put 1 point here, 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 3 points here. This one comes in later, then you get Corpse Explosion maxed out eventually. This is very nice. I think it's good to have this because we will be close to enemies with this build. Um, because we wanna trigger with Blood Mist the corpses around us, and the enemies need to be next to us. Skeletal Mage Mastery. I decided since we do have Skeletal Mages, um, I decided to take this. It was a tough choice. Do I go for um, where was it? For um, where was the survival bonus? The sacrifice bonuses. There was this one passive. This one, I decided to, do I want to go Memento Mori and sacrifice skeletal mages and warriors and only have a golem, or do I wanna sacrifice the golem and the skeleton, which I did for crits. Crit chance here, crit damage there. Um, and yeah, I decided to do that. I decided to take the mages for extra essence generation. I thought this build would need this essence generation. from the code mages, and I think it's a great fit for it. So instead of taking this sacrifice bonus as 20%, which actually goes to 60%, and taking the affix, this one for sacrifice bonuses, there is a legendary affix that gives you extra bonuses to the sacrifices. But the problem with this affix, with this skill is, and the affix there, this skill requires you to sacrifice both the mage and the skeletal warrior. If you sacrifice only one of them, you won't get this bonus. Otherwise, I would have put points here. I decided instead of putting 1 point here and 3 points here, I decided to put them elsewhere, such as Death's Embrace, such as Skeletal Mage Mastery. It works well. And the item I wanted to show you is this one, Sacrificial Aspect, which is 15 to 25% tax with the other one. But what you're taking here is Gruesome Mending. While below 50% life, you receive 10% more healing from all sources. While healthy, your boot skills deal more damage. Your boot skills deal increased overpower damage. This bonus is doubled while you're healthy. You will be dealing overpower. There are um, very big number of ways to do overpower with a build like this. Boot and overpower is a good synergy. Hitting enemies with boot skills has X% chance to fortify you, and when you're fortified fully, when you're fully fortified, so for all of your max life, you will be overpowering then. And since we have this to give us fortify, since we have this one to give us fortify when a corpse is formed from our skills or from our minions, and we have other ways to fortify. If I search fortify, for example, you would see this one also fortifies. This one also fortifies, although I didn't take this because again we're not using this actively on our skill bar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the skeletons 6. That means we don't have room on our skill bar for hemorrhage in the first place. But yeah, you see, fortify, there are plenty of ways for us to get it, and that's without even considering the items. Bloodwave, I am not a fan of Bloodwave. I am definitely not a fan of Bloodwave, and I personally would recommend playing with Bone Storm, just so you can get that damage reduction, and so you can get the crit strike chance. But it will ruin the whole Blood Necro mastery. But if I were to play this build, I would play it because of the crit chance while Blood Storm is active, and Bone Storm is active, and to get the damage reduction. But Blood Wave, just because it's a synergy, it leaves Blood Orbs behind, and I decide, okay, let's just include more Blood Orb dependent stuff. For example, this is not a must-have, but consuming a corpse has chance to spawn Blood Orb. Blood Orbs heal you for 20% when you pick up one. Um, let's show you. I'll show you here because it's easier. So Blood Orbs um, heal you for 15% of your maximum life when picked up, which means it will be nice to keep yourself even further healed. And there are other things we could have done when picking a Blood Orb, for example, reducing ultimate cooldown and stuff like that, but we didn't have enough room. Um, and regarding the passive I took, obviously Ratma's Vigor increases your max life by 10% after being healthy for 15 seconds. Your next blood skill overpowers. With this much healing and this much blood orbs, you will be healthy a lot of the time. We'll do the paragons in a moment. Let me show you the items I picked. So blood baited aspect um, and blood soaked aspect, not to be confused with one another. So blood baited aspect is for blood surges nova. So it echoes again after a short delay, dealing 60-70% multiplicative less damage. Ideally, you want the 60%, not the 70, obviously. But this is not as important, but it is good to. Then Blood Mist triggers corpse explosion. Again, we talked about this most important thing of this build. Blood soaked aspect. Blood Mist leaves a trail that lasts for 4 seconds and deals shadow damage per second. to enemies who stand in it. Not needed. But what I do like is your movement speed no longer reduced while Blood Mist is active. This is the main reason I'm including this one. We don't care about that shadow damage per second, but it's good to have it. It's extra damage. But your movement speed is no longer reduced while Blood Mist is active is a big bonus. If you look at the movement speed reduction, it's what 20%. Yeah, your movement speed is reduced by 20%. Um, so it's needed in my opinion. But someone could replace it with something else. Alternative choice we could do. What was the alternative choice I could do? Just a moment. There was, as I talked about items that synergize with blood orbs. Blood orbs reduce your ultimate cooldown. You could try and squeeze this in. How? By moving this blood soaked. Um, See, it's actually in the exact spot there. It's in the exact spot there. So you could do that. You could remove this one from the ring and put the resource one, and it works good. Reanimation also a good alternative. Reanimation. I have to look it up. So there are choices, but reanimation is this: your skeletons gain increased damage while alive, up to 20 to 30% multiplicative after 10 seconds. The problem with this is the recent patch notes mentioned that skeletons and all minions will die much more often, forces into a more active summon playstyle. So I'm not sure how good this would be. Skeletons die more often. So the better option there would be to go for the blood orbs one, for the fast blood one. What else do we have here? We have this one. Consuming a corpse increases the damage of your next core skill by 5 to 10% multiplicative up to 2550, which again, blood surge is not our main damage source, but it does solid damage, especially when combined with this. Um, and we will be consuming up to 5 corpses, single corpse explosion. But with a single cast of blood mist, we would consume whatever is around us. So this one we would get immediately after we do blood mist. And since we have corpse explosion on our skill bar, we can just get this bonus 5 times immediately. So we can trigger this with a single cast of corpse explosion. Single manual cast of corpse explosion without even using blood mist is enough to give us this one. And corpse explosion, even if it's on a cooldown, when you cast blood mist, it will still goes out to triggers. But again, corpse explosion doesn't have a cooldown, so don't worry about that. They didn't give it one yet. This one again, by the way, blood-soaked aspect here, and look at that. Grasping veins is in the amulet, meaning 50% effectiveness. So this 10 to 20% increased crit strike chance for 6 seconds when you cast Corpse Tendrils becomes 15 to 30 increased crit strike chance. This is the main reason why I included Corpse Tendrils. It's good, it's a sucky skill. It groups up the enemies nicely so you can follow up with a Corpse Explosion or a Blood Mist or a Blood Search. But on top of that, it will give us increased crit strike chance for 6 whopping seconds. And not only that, but you also deal multiplicative bonus crit strike damage to enemies damaged by Corpse Tendrils. This is good on bosses, it's good on single enemies like elites and champions, but it's also good on massive groups, obviously. And this one, 30 to 60% becomes 45 to 90% because of the 50% effectiveness. I think this is the best thing you can put with this build in the amulet slot. And then Edge Master over here, you can see I've decided to pick this one. Skills deal multiplicative increased damage based on available primary resource when cast. With this bonus, this should be most of the time because every time you consume a corpse, you get resource. You do a corpse explosion, boom, immediately getting a lot of resources. Immediately consuming 5 corpses, which means 5 times triggering Grim Harvest. And again, with the mist and the corpse explosion synergy as well, um, this will work on everything. It doesn't say core skills; it says all skills. So all skills will deal that extra bonus damage. And this one is a temporary item until you get the unique to drop. I think it's the one I can see myself losing, um, because it has to be an offensive one here, that we lose when we get the one-handed side. What else we have here is exploiter aspect, another build. I mean, include it in every single build nowadays. Increased crowd control duration works great for this setup. And most of all, the most important thing why I always take this is, in the beta, I realized that a lot of the time the bosses will be unstoppable, especially big world bosses. Big world bosses will have unstoppable through a big chunk of the fight. And doing this increased multiplicative damage to unstoppable enemies all the time, while they're unstoppable, is a big win in my opinion for a utility SWAT item. And then another synergy with our skeletal mages is Blizzard. Every 10 seconds, your cold skeletal mages cast a blizzard that deals cold damage and continuously chills enemies. I think this is lovely. It's not a must have, but I think it's a lovely synergy that you can put in a utility SWAT rather than an offensive. And then there's Viscous, 2 more skeletal mages, definitely a must have in my opinion. And then this one, consuming a corpse has chance to spawn Blood Orb. This one again, good synergy with the setup. I haven't thought about gems and stuff, but I think this one would work well. But again, I think Fortify is needed, so a ruby. It goes for a ruby. Uh, So yeah, a ruby for overpower and maximum life will work well. Ultimate skill damage could work well, but all resistances is what we want from this one. Um, for the end game, it will be as it is in Grim Dawn, as it is in other games like Diablo 2. It will be about fixing your resistances. So you would have to play around with the jewelry. You don't have much. You only have 3 jewelry slots. So you have to decide. So if you have plenty of all resistances except one, and that one is extremely bad, obviously pick the gem that gives you that resistance. But yeah, I think healing received is good as well for this build. Bear generation not so good, but healing received and fortify, um, maximum life and stuff like that. Again, fortify depends on our maximum life. So the more maximum life we have, the more we will fortify. You will see why in the paragons once we start, which is now. So paragon starting, we are going for. I'll go for the damage, obviously. Mm, but orbs fortify you for 6.7% of your maximum life, and this will be amazing for this build. But in the early stages of the game, I think survivability won't be that much of a problem. So I'd rather start here with something else. But I want to see what this one does. 240% bonus to all magic notes. Well, bonus to all magic notes I think is a great thing to start with. So let's see if there is another one other than the blood drinker. Hmm. Okay, not this one for sure. This one won't work well for us because we would be consuming the corpses. It is a good thing, but not for this setup. Hmm. This would work because we have the shadow damage over time on our blood mist, but not the thing I would rather take. Those ones would work very well with this build as well. But yeah, I think this would be it. The blood drinker is what we start with. There are less obvious synergies for this build. As you can see, there aren't that many things that tell you synergy with blood skills, like there are for bone and stuff. We're going for the damage here. Now, remember, we would probably want to return here because this boosts the magic nodes, meaning all those nodes are boosted and give us extra bonuses, except the yellow ones, just the blue ones. I'll probably take this extra willpower because it's 24. That's a lot. Without it, it would have been just like 7 or something. Willpower is good. It gives us all resistances on every class. Now, we obviously wanna. This one is great. Flesh Eater is great, and I probably would start with the Flesh Eater. And Scent of Death is also a great combo. Blood Orbs grant increased damage. See, this one makes something not as important as the Blood Orbs that we decided to take. And again, it makes Blood Wave that gives you Blood Orbs a little bit more useful to have Blood Begets. But this would be something we take later. Attacks that are guaranteed to overpower deal increased overpower damage. Um, I think first we want that Flesh Eater. Flesh Eater, I think it's a great thing to start with for such a build. Now we have to decide which way to take. We will go here, here. Do we go willpower int or dex int? Let's go dex int because dex is crits. And now what we need to decide is, yeah, it's gonna be true here that I reach this one. And over here, change your minions deal increased non-physical damage. This works for every case. But let's see if we can get more than 10% damage. Also, this bonus is Paragon nodes within range gain 192% bonus to their non-physical damage. And what we have here, we don't have any elemental damages, so it's not good for this board, obviously. This one could give us 10% damage to stun, sword, no, to sword and shield, or 20 to stunned or frozen. With this build, it could work, but it's only 10% or 20%. Still better than this one for now. But damage to close enemies, I think, was better. Also, this one requires dex within range. I think this one is something where you want int. In this one, you want something that gives you for every x int in range, deal x y z. So we're looking for that thing. I'll find it because look at the amount of intelligence that we have here. We can later um, fill up this with int. for every willpower. For every 5 intelligence purchased within range, skeleton mages deal increased damage. We're not doing a minion build, so I would not want this one. This one is not bad, but again, willpower synergy. Bonus to all rare notes. For every 5 dex. When you overpower an enemy, it willpower. So it is a tough choice what to stake here. There isn't anything else that gives us for every X int other than where was it? The one is the only one that gives you for every X int. So we'll just take something that works well, regardless of. Uh, Tough choice. One would require Dex. Thankfully, we do have Dex here and here, and here and here and here. Okay, that's plenty of Dex. But this would have been lovely for an intelligence-based stuff. What else was with Dex? What about the stuff that has to do with corpses for X corpses nearby? Was it Gravekeeper? Gravekeeper. Bonus to all rare nodes within range, which means damage to elite. Oh, and resistance to all elements. Yeah, I think it works well. It works well, and we can definitely get that Dex, and you don't need to take more than 25 Dex. So I just need to do this and this, and then we're good. Although if I'm going that way, which I am, I don't even need to do that. I can just go 1, 2, 3, 4 instead of 1, 2, 3, 4. And now we have 29 decks. We meet the 25 requirement. Um, and this one, damage to elites, is getting boosted. We're getting intelligence boost here. And we are getting even more intelligence from here. And resistance to all elements, pretty solid boost. Now, what we need to do is more decks. Int, execute, attack speed, boom, boom, boom. Now, no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Dex int willpower, no strength. Before that, this one we don't need, and this one we don't need. So yeah. Next up, we are picking. Where was that one I said is good? Scent of Death. With at least 2 corpses nearby, you gain damage reduction. With no corpses nearby, you deal increased damage. It's Browsestruk. Do you know maybe? Anyone remember what was the sorcerer max mana at D4 beta? Wondering for my theory crafting builds. I can check. I can't remember, but I think it was around 100 or something. Let me double check. I have videos of myself playing the game. I have recordings. Sorry if I didn't notice your message. I was very much I was in the zone. Yeah, so I was too focused on this. Um, so just let me find my recordings of my streams. This is probably I probably have some maximum mana bonuses here, but I will try to find a spot that tells you how much mana I've got. Maybe I can find it. Maybe I can't. I'm looking for a place where I'm looking at the materials and stats. There might be a case when I'm looking into that. I'm not seeing such a spot where I'm looking into materials and stats. But I think it was around 100. Maximum mana, maximum mana, maximum mana. I'm not seeing it. Okay, now we're on a different character. Let's go back to the beginning. I didn't record. I mean, I didn't download some of my streams before that. Let's see. Is there a place where I'm looking at my materials on a mage? But yeah, I'm 99% sure it was 100, the base maximum mana bonus. And from there on, it just grows. Might have to go on YouTube to find a point in the game where I'm looking at those stats. Well, now I'm on a barbarian, so it's not gonna be here. Yeah, I can't find it. I cannot find that one. But Google probably would tell you. Google probably would tell you. If I were to this and type Diablo for Stork, Icy Veins, Sorceress Class. Let's see. Doesn't say. Well, if you're looking for this one, if you're thinking about the elementalist aspect, 100 mana, as I said, I'm 99% sure it was 100 mana that you start with. They won't make this requiring 100 if you don't have 100 as a base. This won't exist if 100 wasn't achievable without a single mana bonus. They wouldn't make an aspect that would require you to have more maximum mana than the base for it. So if that was the one that you're looking for when it comes to theory crafting, as well as the one for every X mana spent, blah blah blah. But yeah, my guess is 99.999% sure it was 100 the base mana. Okay, which one should I select here? Scent of Death maybe. And this looks like a good way to connect it. Let me double check. Healthy enemies, crit strike damage, damage to injured armor. Yeah, this is it. This is how we'll do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hmm. Okay, Scent of Death. Next step is to go up. For every 5 decks, increase the damage for, to close enemies. There is enough decks in this one, I think. So maybe, just maybe. This one was also solid. Increase damage while healthy. Which with this build should be a lot of the time. But close enemies works all the time. Whereas while healthy is situation. Let me check the willpower notes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, let's click them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And the blue ones. If I go dex, it will be 1, 2, 3, 4. This is not a dex cluster. It's a willpower cluster. I mean, it's better to go with the one that gives you willpower based bonuses. What about that one? Intelligence. Crowd controlled targets. Crowd controlled targets won't work well on boss fights. Unless swallowing becomes easy. No, I think while a boss is unstoppable, even slow won't land on them, if I'm not mistaken. This is the willpower stuff. So Imbiber is not bad. I mean, is a bonus. I don't want the potion bonus, but the rest of the stuff, the damage to the damage while healthy is pretty solid. This Dex, this is willpower. I think I'll go for this one. But the thing is, while fortified means you have to have maximum fortify. You're fortified when you're at maximum fortify, but you can see, if I'm not mistaken, there was this stage when you're maximum fortified, and then you overpower automatically if you're maximum if you're fortified to the maximum, and it would be difficult to keep yourself at maximum fortify if it's a tough fight where you're constantly taking damage, unless you have a barrier to help with that. So Imbiber seems to be the better thing to select. Because you will be doing increased damage while healthy for every 5 willpower. Eventually we will fill this up with a lot of willpower. In fact, I'm considering, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. No. So we have to take all the willpower we can get over here, but before we do that, we're obviously gonna do this. And we will do, well, we gotta do this for the intelligence only. Let's remove that, by the way. This gives us 24 willpower. For now, we just need 25. Which means this one should be enough. But then how do we exit this node? From here, or from there? Critical strike damage, yes. Critical strike damage, yes. Okay, we will exit from here. And before we exit, we do this. And this is 83 necro. Now we are exiting here. I'll return to this one to take more willpower as a fewer. We have Grave Eater, we have Flesh, Gravekeeper, Flesh Eater. Um, but begets but is the next one. Damage for X seconds after picking up a Blood Orb. Good synergy. Blood Orb healing, not as important, but not bad to have it to help with being healthy all the time and fortify and stuff. The biggest thing is to decide what we put in here. Let's see how much Dex is within range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But let's just count the basic ones. 4 Dex. Again, another willpower board, because willpower 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Willpower. Again, core skills in the first place are not what I'm focusing on. So another reason not to go for that one as much as some of the other ones. So one of them was Imbiber, the other one Undaunted. Undaunted it is. Now, how do we reach it? Potion healing, fuck this. Overpower damage, yes. But orb healing, I'd rather not. Okay, so we need to connect from this side or from this side. I think this one is not as important as the ones here. And we probably won't get another board attached to this setup. Or maybe we will, we'll see. I'd rather fill with what I've got and focus on those 4 boards. Int, and willpower. Dex int, maybe dex int. And from here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We wanted willpower in this one. Nineteen willpower, and like that, and like that, we are at 29. Perfect. And now we just need figure out the best way to reach this. Obviously, avoiding this side. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Level 94, which you should have this one at level 89 because again, you get 20 points from renown, and that's equal to 5 levels. So at level 89, this is what it would look like. Let's save it. Share URL. And I've got the Mad Dog Druid waiting for us as the next stuff we do. Let's open to see if it opens the right one. Yes, it does. Okay. And from here it's viewers. From here it's filling the setup. As I mentioned, willpower notes can be taken. Let's start with this one. For every willpower, damage while healthy. All notes are here are bonuses. So if you need dex, you can get stuff here. Probably not that important. Now let's get the important stuff though. All the willpower we can get. 1, 2, 3. That's 54 willpower. So 50. That's 10 times. That's 120% increased damage while healthy. And it's plus, not X. Now, feeling over here. Again, feeling with willpower. Fifty-four willpower. Yeah, they put the same amount of willpower in this board. So 10 times. That's 96% increased damage while 45. 45. Oh, wait. I mean, I will do that, but what I will do here is I'll open this again. I'll have to redo it. Let's redo it quickly. So that's level 96. Safe. Share. That would be at level 91. In theory, you would be able to get that at level 91. But if you don't consider the renown, it will be 96. But 91, that's what it would look like. And then let me open just to make sure it's the right link. Yeah, and at level 100, we do the same thing we just did. Um, is that it? Yeah. So we still have 3 points to take, to put into various things. I mean, we could attach another board and maybe take something from it, but I'm not a big fan of the remaining boards, to be honest. Attacks that are guaranteed to overpower, maybe. This one is a half good, half shit. We don't need this one here. We have plenty of healing stuff. But this one, damage while fortified, definitely solid. But I'm not a fan of the remaining glyphs that we can put there. But then this one is nice, but look at how much it would take to reach it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Just to reach it. Let's see the other one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So 17 points just to reach it, but this one we can feel it. Okay, let's connect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Back. Not enough. Won't be enough. We need 4 more points. 4 more points. It's doable. No, it's not. I mean, I could remove some shit. It's not gonna be that great if we do it. I'll figure something out. I can either sacrifice 1 willpower here. Sacrificing 1 willpower here, it's not gonna be that annoying of a loss. But the problem is, if I sacrifice 1 willpower, it has to be. It's gotta be 2 willpower. Alternatively, I sacrifice this and then we don't take the strength. But then you would have to do something like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Rotate the board. And then connect. Just a moment. So we have 2, we have 3, we have P, and we have O. And this worked like a charm. Worked out like a charm. And what did we sacrifice? 1 strength and 1 willpower. But that 1 willpower was actually a 9.6% increased damage while fortified. It's okay. We do get 5 damage while fortified, another 5 damage while fortified, and another 6.5 fortified generation and 10% damage. Fortified generation more here, and we're getting this one. Attacks that are guaranteed to overpower, and this is a squeezing this dry. Squeezing this dry so much. Let's share URL. And next up is a very fun build that I enjoyed a lot making, which was the Mad Dog Druid. The Mad Dog Druid, as it suggests, permanent form wolf. We have the permanent form bear, the big gris. The Mad Dog is permanently wolf druid with poison and werewolf companions instead of wolf companions. So let me just double check that this opens the right build link, and then we can move on to the Mad Dog. And after the Mad Dog, we can theorycraft a rogue, maybe. Yeah, this opens the right setup, and I'm happy with how it turned out. Let's put this one here for now. Let's bring the Mad Dog Druid here. Let me just give my pet some food, and I need to go and take a piss. Okay. So if you're on Twitch, I will put some ads. I will run some ads for a moment. And just give me like 90 seconds to go take a leak, and then be right back. Okay, so I'm back. Thanks for waiting to those who did. Just a moment. Let's bring this back. Mm, just let me go back to my document. Now, MedDoc, as I mentioned, is the next one. Oh, just a moment. I forgot to get some food. Forgot to get Sky's daily dose of food. His yesterday's dose just ended, so I need to have it at hand if he's asking me for food again. So as you can see, the med wolf, I didn't touch the skills here in this document. I will do that later. But what we are building around is the med wolf's glee, which kind of gave me this together with rabies. The skill gave me the idea for the name, the med doc. I try to keep the names shorter so that they fit well in a thumbnail. So the med doc would be using the med wolf's glee. Werewolf form is now your true form, and you gain +2 ranks to all werewolf skills. It gives you physical damage, it gives you poison damage reduction from poisoned enemies, which again nudges you towards a poison setup, and it gives you movement speed, which is amazing. This can stack with the passive that the werewolf has, well, the druid has, and that gives you movement speed while in werewolf form. But I think it's fair enough, more than enough to have this one. And mm, just a moment, let's copy this. So those are the aspects I've taken. But how increases crit strike chance by 5 to 10%. In addition, but how also infects nearby companions and players for 3 seconds. Where did we put this Night Howler's aspect? In the amulet. This means 5 becomes 7.5, 10 becomes 15. So 7.5, or if you have a good roll, 15% crit chance for X seconds. Wow, you have but how. And it also affects companions and players for 3 seconds. I think it's 6 seconds if I'm not mistaken. But how was it 6 seconds duration? Or maybe it's 3 seconds for you and for them. In any case, those are the skills. I'll show you in a moment in detail. What else we have taken is your wolf companions are now werewolf companions, and werewolf companions deal 75 or between 75 and 100, depending on the row, additive, not multiplicative, additive additional damage, and can spread rabies. And then another thing I took is your companions gain the bonuses from the bestial rampage um, key passive, and this is a bestial rampage key passive build for that one reason. After being a werewolf for 2.5 seconds, you gain attack speed for 15 seconds. Since this is your main form, you would be rarely shape-shifting out of it. You would shape-shift out of it when you use certain other things, such as Hurricane. Yes, I'm using Hurricane again, like my big grease, for the +2 shape-shifting skills bonuses while shape-shifted. While Hurricane is active, I mean, not while shape-shifted. And not sure if this will turn you back into human. It might not. So you will be staying wolf for the majority of the time. Since since we have this thing, your base storm skills are now werewolf skills. You might never shapeshift into another form. You might be permanently a wolf. Because this one is also a werewolf skill. which means it will benefit from the +2 bonuses from shape-shifting skills when you have Hurricane um, for Hurricane itself. But yeah, Hurricane damage is increased by 7 to 15% multiplicative for each second while active. Um, Critical strikes with Shred deal X% of the damage dealt as lightning damage to the target and surrounding enemies. Pretty solid. Um, and you have increased crowd control duration and do multiplicative extra damage to unstoppable enemies. Needless to say, I'm doing that in every build. It's that good of a thing that I really like it. Um, it's a sleeper thingy that most people might not realize that it's very good for any type of build. Even if you don't care about the crowd control duration bonus, the rest of it on bosses is top tier. Storm Shifter, as I said, +2 ranks to shape shifting skills while Hurricane is active. Then Stone skills have up to an X% chance to grant Spirit, which is Hurricane in our case. But I took that not for the up, but for the bottom bonus. And then vigorous aspect gain damage reduction while shapeshifted into a werewolf, which is in this build 99% of the time, if not 100% of the time. It all depends. Don't look at the skills; those are the big grease skills. Those are the werebear build skills. I haven't populated them, but this one is temporary until we get the armor, the unique armor. And this is basic skills grant you damage reduction. You can put whatever you want there as long as it's utility or defense. In fact, you can even put mobility here, put exploiter there temporarily, then move exploiter there and remove whatever. But I think this is good enough for the build. Now, regarding the gems, I'll fix that later. First, let's do the paragons. As the skills, I'll show you the skills quickly. Quo 1 point, enhanced, and the poison. Then Shred maxed out. Eventually, you wouldn't want to max it out right away, so you can level up other things. But enhanced and with the poisoning damage. I've even put 3 points here. Critical strike chance against close enemies 9%. But how 1 point is more than enough, and the upgrade for spirit generation, as well as the kills reducing the cooldown. Wolves, 1 point is more than enough. It doesn't boost the damage that much to make it worth it to put more points, but uh, this one enhanced and this one, when you critically strike, your wolves gain attack speed is nice. This one is also not bad if you feel like you're having trouble surviving. Putting this one instead of that one will help. Companions deal bonus damage. This is nice. It stacks with the aspect. It stacks with this aspect here for the werewolves. This one is additive. The other one is multiplicative, though. Keep that in mind. Hurricane maxed out. Rabies maxed out. Zero ultimates. I am not using an ultimate for this build. I don't think an ultimate would bring to the table as much as those 3 points would bring when put into another place. And again, we don't have room for an ultimate in the first place. There's 1 skill here, 2 skills there, 3 skills here, 4 skills there, 5 skills there, and 6 there. This is an extremely out of the box build because it's not using an ultimate, and I don't think it's really needed for that build. Lacerate won't bring that much to the table. It was extremely underwhelming when I played it in the beta. On paper, it should be the strongest ultimate out of them all. Look at the amount of percent damage it says it does. Um, and it also heals. And this one with the extra crit strike. But it was extremely underwhelming. Petrify is good. To do that extra damage to petrified enemies. But again, you can't petrify everyone. Unstoppable enemies cannot be petrified, so not that great. Grizzly Rage, it won't work well for this build. Cataclysm could work well with this build. It could work well with this build, but long cooldown, and again, the damage of Cataclysm is not as amazing as it might seem, unless there's a lot of small trash mobs. And overall, I thought it would be better to just put points into things like this one. Storm skills deal increased damage to enemies that are stunned, immobilized, knocked back. This one 12% increased damage to the enemies that are stunned, immobilized, or knocked back. We have plenty of immobilized. Just let me show you, where were we? We were here. So storm skills have up to 20% chance to make enemies vulnerable for 2 seconds. Then 1 point here, only one. It's all we need. Every X seconds, lightning strike hits a nearby enemy, dealing X damage. 2 points here. Dealing lightning damage to enemies has 10% chance to immobilize them for 3 seconds. You can make it 15% chance, but I think 10% chance is more than enough. Because as you remember, Shred deals lightning damage. So it has chance to trigger this one. 10% more than enough. Then Lucky hit up to 20% chance when dealing damage to a vulnerable, immobilized, or stunned enemy that a lightning strike also hits them. Again, if you don't need this one or that one, you could get Cataclysm, you could get Lacerate, you could experiment with things. What we have here is poisoned enemies are swallowed. 1 point, all we need, just so we can unlock Venom and Toxic Claws. This strike with werewolf skills deal X% of their base damage as poisoning over 4 seconds. Poison damage, poisoned enemies take additional crit strike damage. Hurricane, as I mentioned, maxed out with this one. Enemies hit by Hurricane are swallowed. So obviously damage to swallowed, etc. Can be triggered by this. And 15% chance to make enemies vulnerable for 3 seconds. A good synergy there. Rabies. This would be a solid source of damage. Solid source of damage here. Rabies' poisoning damage also increases over the lifetime of the disease. And then rabies deals poisoning damage in 4 instead of 6 seconds, so it reaches this faster. Um, And as I showed you here, nature magic skills deal 12% increased damage to elites, um, which is, as I mentioned, storm skills. Storm is nature, so that's for hurricane. Hurricane will be a shape-shifting skill as well. It will be a werewolf skill as well. Let's put it that way. It will be a werewolf skill as well, but it will be also still a storm and nature skill. So this is optional if you don't think you need that bonus to Hurricane, but I found that Hurricane is pretty solid. And the cooldown is not that awful, 20 seconds, if we don't have any cooldown reduction and procs. In this one, Storm skills deal increased damage to enemies that are stunned, immobilized, or knocked back. Again, this could be removed and you could put the points into Lacerate, or you could put them into Cataclysm, but even then you would have to remove Rabies, or Hurricane, or the Wolves, or Bloodhowl. Bloodhowl could be removed. By the way, there is an option where you don't play with Bloodhowl, you play with Debilitating Roar, and then you use an item that makes Debilitating Roar a werewolf skill. Where was it? There is this version of the build where you could do it that way. And then you can use this one. So if you use this, Debilitating Roar will be a werebear and a werewolf skill, and it will trigger this. So you need Dark Howl. Dark Howl Darkhow makes debilitating crow a werewolf skill, but it doesn't say also a werewolf skill. It's only a werewolf skill, so it means it probably won't be able to trigger this one. It remains to be seen whether this is intentionally not also a werewolf skill. Because I played it in the beta with this. I had this in the beta, and it does make me a werewolf for a few seconds. But I'm not sure whether it also would trigger things like that. So I decided to not gamble on that and just omit that from the setup and just add different items. So rather than that, but yeah, I think it's better to just have Bloodhowl, extra spirit, extra healing, and we have that but how crit chance. So in general, again, I don't see what you could remove to add an ultimate. Hurricane and Rabies are important. Hurricane gives us +2 levels to Shred and any other skill that you see here, even to itself. Um, except maybe Rabies. No, Rabies is also a shapeshifting skill, so everything. It's just better without an ultimate for this build. Now let's go for I didn't add this here, so Nighthauer Alpha. Nighthauer Alpha. Aspect of the Alpha, Wild Rage and Tempest. There is Wild Rage. Wild Rage. Stormquall. Vigorous and Might. Vigorous being the important one. Mad Wolf. Where is Mad Wolf? Storm Beast, Storm Shifter, and Exploiter. Storm Beast is not here. Oh, this guy is missing Storm Beast from his thingy. Why is he missing it? Maybe he put it in a different category. No, he doesn't have it. He's missing a very important thing. Very important thing. Well, can't expect them to have all the information. What was it? Storm Shifter Exploiter. Yeah, the Storm Beast is missing from here, but I know it exists. And now we can go for the Paragons, which is again the fun part of making a build. Is this, at least to me? I'm going for the damage again. Probably willpower. Willpower is the main attribute for the druid, if I'm not mistaken. Now we have to decide. I'd rather have something that boosts the blue notes nearby. This one's not bad, but not for here. The passive portion of companion skills deal 80% increased damage. And the passive portion for wolves um, summon 2 wolf companions that bite enemies. Again, I think we won that one. For every 5 intelligence within range. Not for here. This is not the place. This is for willpower. You want either something for every X willpower, because this one gives you willpower. This one gives you willpower. There's so much willpower in here. or you want something that boosts the blue notes. Because if it gives for every X willpower, you can always come back. Just let me show you something regarding how much willpower it has. Let's just select something that gives you willpower based stuff. Let's find something, anything that gives willpower based bonuses, so you can see how much more there is. The starting note is the one with the most of your main resource normally. They've designed them in such a way. So just to show you this, how much willpower I can select if I take everything that gives willpower here. Now we are at 60. Now we are at 70. So yeah, 14 times the bonus you can get here. Obviously, we're not doing that right now. Especially not with human. Another thing that works well is boosting magic notes. Not a bad choice. Hmm. This is not bad, but again, rare bonuses not what I want because I normally skip the rare second rare here. Maybe sometimes I return to get it. This one's not bad, but again, Dex. Another Dex. Werewolf. This might be it. This might be what we take. Let's take Werewolf. And we can always return to take more willpower. For now, we just need to get the 40 willpower. It's 40. Hmm. This one would work very well. Because Hurricane, again, it's a nature magic skill and it's also a shape-shifting skill the way we've set up our build. So it's a nature, storm, and shape-shifting skill at the same time. But I don't want to focus on Hurricane as much as I focus on the other werewolf stuff. West for Carnage is not bad. We probably could take West for Carnage. Let me double check what this. Actually, I need to check the boards like that. It's easier if I check it that way. Healing power, healing received, and willpower. Healing received, not ideally what I wanted. Werewolf skill damage, on the other hand, definitely what I wanted. Werewolf skill damage, attack speed, definitely well within that. But I think this one is something we would want later in the setup, not early. We have a lot of ways to immobilize enemies with this build, but I don't think we have enough vulnerable. Maybe we do. Never you mind. We do have plenty of ways to make them vulnerable. This and this is enough to make sure that that Hurricane is doing vulnerable. But not sure if it's not sure if it's reasonable to rely on just this. Let me check if this one has any vulnerable chances. Vulnerable. No. I'm not convinced I want to go heavy into the vulnerable aspects of the build. Because this would definitely work well. Where was it? This one. And again, storm skills are the ones that causes. So hurricane is the one that causes it. But again, I don't want hurricane to be the main centerpiece that we invest into our first board. Maybe for board number 3, storm and this. Poison on the other hand is what I'm building around. Danger to poisoned enemies, danger reduction from enemies that are poisoned, and while there are 3 or more poisoned enemies nearby, you deal increased damage, which again, with the rabies, with the wolf spreading rabies, it should happen. The problem is on bosses, this is a waste. If the boss doesn't have any, um, if the boss doesn't have any ats, any summons, minions, whatever you want to call it, this won't work. Unless they make it so that bosses count as 3 enemies. If I was a developer, I would do it that way. I would do it that a poisoned boss counts as 3 nearby enemies. That way, you would always benefit from this one. Otherwise, it's a complete waste of a point. Because bosses is where it's most important for you to do the damage and to survive. Let's see this. Maybe I'll go for that one, but again, this one is nudging us towards, again, bonuses that only would trigger from would only trigger from Hurricane. Alternatively, I could do Wind Share or Storm Strike instead of Quo. But then I'll lose this poisoning, which again, it's understandable. We could lose it. I might consider doing that and completely rework the build. So I can have 2 Storm skills. Because what does Quo bring to the table? 9 Spirit Generation, Wookie hit chance 50%, Um, attack speed increase, okay, not that much, and applies poisoning damage over 6 seconds. But then we have this one to poison, we have rabies to poison, and the wolves can spread poison. But if we have another storm skill, which again, due to our item, it will count as a werewolf skill and it will benefit from the +2 shapeshifting. I think it would go well. But I didn't want to take another Storm Strike build, but this one would work well with the setup. This one is ranged, this one is melee. This one, 20% chance to make them vulnerable for 4 seconds. This one, 50% chance to make them vulnerable for 3 seconds. But I already used Storm Strike on my previous build, so it would be a little bit... I wanted to avoid this, but it's too good to avoid it. So it's decided. 50% chance to make enemies vulnerable. That's enough vulnerable for us. This means we can easily go with the storm related poison stuff, and we can also go with the vulnerable related storm stuff. And this one, nature magic skills have chance to entangle. Oh, and this means that now by changing our basic skill, it means that this one now has another skill that benefits from it. Not just hurricane, but also our storm strike. And this one again, storm strike also would benefit from the natural disaster. So I think it's a big improvement to scrap Quo and pick Storm Strike or Wind Share. The good thing with Wind Share is you can save an extra point because you don't need to put this or this if you don't want it. And then you can only do 1, 2, and then you have chance to make enemies vulnerable for 4 seconds, but 20%. Whereas here you have 50%, but it's for 3 seconds. I still prefer this one over the two because this one is better synergy with the werewolf close range. So back to the tough choice. Ancestral guidance, maybe later. Nature magic skill damage. I'd rather avoid nature magic skill damage for now, and to get that later. I also want to check something. Shred is a must-have. Otherwise, I have to remove this. Shred is a must-have. Let me double check shred. This one I think has been removed from the game. No, not this one. This one. I think this one has been removed from the game, so that's why I didn't take it. What was the other skill we can take? The other basic druid, and the other core druid skill, that is storm. We could take a lightning storm or tornado instead of shred, and it will still work. It will still work as a werewolf skill because of the item we have. But I don't think it would be worth it. Although tornado would work very nicely, it has a big cost though. Lightning storm could work nicely. Low Wacky hit chance, but overall, it's a channeling skill, so I'm not sure everyone would like it on a werewolf. I still think Shred is the better choice for a poisoner. This thing should have been WoW shape shifted. Your spirit costs are reduced. That way, with the permanent form werewolf and permanent form werebear, that would have benefited so much more. Yeah, I think right now there are two boards that I really want. This is one of them, and I'll start with that one. Just need to decide from where to enter. I think entering through here might be the better choice. Willpower, dex. I'm looking for the most amount of willpower I can find. Let's count the points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Wait. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So it's the same, equal. It's equal. This one we don't need. That means going from there pointless. This one, yes. This one, yes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait. 3, 4, 5, 7, but we're inside on the 7. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, inside on the 7. Both of them end with willpower. Let's see. Dex 2 int, 2 willpower. This is strength. Okay, so this one is more important to me. There's no strength on the way to there. For every note of intelligence. Let's see how much intelligence this has. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Very low amount of intelligence. Whereas with the Dex, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we're looking for something that's Dex or a willpower bonus. I think Dex is what we want. We don't need that much, but 9.6 damage to vulnerable enemies. Again, this build will have plenty of vulnerable stuff. So, not bad. Earth and Sky also works well, but not what we want here. So Exploit and Earth and Sky are good for us with this build. In this board. Both enemies take increased damage from you, but this boosts magic notes, which is not bad to consider. I'll double check something. Boosting magic notes lets you get a lot of bonuses without taking a lot of um, spare notes nearby. So if we have that 40 willpower here, which again, I'm just gonna take some willpower randomly. If we have that 40 willpower, you see this is 17 to poisoned enemies. So 17 instead of 5. And this again, 17 instead of 5, 17 instead of 5. Then the damage reduction also. But I'd rather get the dex note. What about the wolf? Where is it? We already used the wolf. This is intelligence, not for this place. Damage to poisoned enemies. And you can poison bosses, which means you can constantly benefit from this. So we need willpower. Oh, we need dex. This one dex is needed. $29. Okay, we've got it. And later we can fill in here and get damage to poison targets. And let me just check how much dex there is here in total in this board. You have 49 dex, so 45. 45 dex for the bonus. Which is 9.9.6. 9 times 9.6. 86.4 bonus damage to poisoned enemies. And we have to take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 extra nodes, maybe 7. Otherwise, if I were to boost this from 5 to 17, that's 12 more and another 12, 24, and I only get 36 more, but I don't put extra points. But I think this is the better version. You're putting more points into this node to get more bonuses out of it. Um, but the bonuses you get out of it are more than double of what you could get if you put something that boosts the blue nodes in terms of damage to poisoned enemies. Because you can only get 12 times 3 from this going from 5 to 12 to 17 and 5 to 17, 5 to 17. You also get a little bit of extra damage reduction, but that's not the main thing you get from that one. Okay, so this is at 29 dex. We can move on to the next one, which I'm thinking here. And if I'm not mistaken, I wanted to exit from here and take this on the way. Let's check. Now I have to decide. Do I 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 exit? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. I have to consider the points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do I need this? Yeah. I'll count just to know how much it takes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 12. Let's count it all the way to here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 13. It's 13, but then I'll have to spend another 1, 2, 3, 4 points. So it's 17. And on the other version, I would have had to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points. Instead of extra 4. So I think this works well. So we're connecting up there from here. This also lets us skip those 3 nodes because we don't really need them urgently unless you really want to patch up your resistances. Otherwise, would have had to take either this one and this one on alongside that, or this one and this one alongside that. I think this is squeezing this board dry. Later I'll return to squeeze every little bit of dexterity. What's the name of this? Heightened Malice. Wait, didn't I make another board earlier? I guess that's the first one I'm making. Okay, this done. And it fits perfectly well. Now comes the hard part. What do I put as the next board? Maybe this one. West for Carnage. We won't have problems with the spirit here, which means we could remove this point from the 20 spirit gained one while using Bloodhound and add more attack speed. More attack speed, more hits, more spirit. So it will be optional which one to take. Now, which way do we want to enter the board? Not this side, probably from that side or from that side. Okay, we don't need this. We do need that one, maybe. But we do need this. So I'll probably go bish bash bosh here. Then take this one and then up there. And then try to exit from above. Because we don't need this. Maybe just the willpower one. But let's say not putting points here, not putting points here. And then this one maybe later for fewer. Okay, I think that's clear what we need to do. 1, 2, 3, 4. Intelligence. I want to see how much intelligence this board has. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's take it. Let's just take it and see how much the board can offer. The board offers me 54 intelligence. I don't think we'll get a board with more intelligence around the cluster of around the glyph socket. So this is obviously for a fewer later on. You just need 40 and you need 25. So 25 is easily achievable. I just wanted to double check. So 54 int, I know that that's how much this board can offer me. Which means 10 times the 9.6, 96% increased poison damage. If you want to take that one. Also the 10% chance to deal double the amount of damage over the duration. That's if we decide to go for this one. Let's see what else benefits from intelligence. Is Dex? Magic notes. Magic notes within range. This means werewolf damage becomes again. We're getting 32 extra werewolf damage, 3 times 12. But that means we don't have to invest any additional points into intelligence. This one actually requires willpower, and it's easy to get the willpower. Just do this and that, and then you have enough. Since you're exiting, you actually probably will go there anyways. Um, so that means you probably don't even need this. Do it that way. And then you have then the willpower needed. That's 32% more werewolf skill damage, which would apply to every single skill I selected, because even the storm skills are werewolf skills with this build. But I'm not sure if it won't be better to take the rest of the stuff. Oh, and there's also the close enemies take extra damage. What about wilds? For every intelligence within range, companions deal increased damage. And the passive option, which is the wolves, deals increased damage. You just need 30 int. I guess I'll experiment with this and see if companions are really gonna be a good source of damage for this build. If the wolves die too much, then there's no point in it. The werewolves, not the wolves, the werewolves that we can summon. Okay, let's explore some other options. There aren't that many more options. I want to see how much dex I can get here. It was 54 int, but if we go for the dex, how much can we get in this? Probably 54 as well. That all the dex? 34 dex. Definitely not a dex board. Not a dex board. It's int or willpower here. I don't think this would work because we won't be shapeshifting much. We'll be permanently in the werewolf form. I think it might be better to go for something like this. If not, I would return later to this board and rework it. We can get that werewolf skill damage bonus and can just leave the board. I avoided taking one strength. And int by taking one int. So this and this is equal to this and that. But I'm avoiding the strength here. Maybe the thunderstruck. Or ancestral guidance. Thunderstruck, ancestral guidance, and constricting tendrils. Huh. Let me look at the bonuses. Those two are what I'll take. I just need to decide. Need to decide based on what's here. Tension from vulnerable. Tension from vulnerable. Storm skill damage. Storm skill damage. Storm skill damage. Not a fan. Change to vulnerable. Crit strike damage to crowd controlled. That's lovely. But let's check the other one. Where was it? This one. Life, willpower, shit, junk. Nature magic skill damage. Not the best. Damage to crowd control. Nature magic skill damage to elites. Damage to elites versus what was the other elite bonus that this one gave me? Didn't give me elite. It just gave me crits strike damage, which goes well with the build crit strike damage. And then we had the spirit one here. After spending 75 spirit, you deal 30% increased damage for 5 seconds, which I think works very nicely with this build. There's core skill damage, which is nice. But then there's those resistances here, which kind of fuck up stuff. Let me double check. Is this an int or willpower or dex node? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8 int. 9 int nodes. So 9 int nodes, and when it comes to dex, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So int more than dex in this spot. In willpower, I already used the willpower one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13. A lot of spirit stuff here. Spirit on Q, max spirit. The skill costs 34 spirit, if I'm not mistaken. 35 spirit. So pretty much you need to cast 3 times, do you? 3 times. Casting shred three times. What else costs spirit? This doesn't. Doesn't because it generates itself. Doesn't. Doesn't. So that means you really need to do 3 times shred. And since shred is a combo attack, it takes a while to build it up. Okay. Too much resistance here. It's very tough to decide which one I like the most, but I'll go for the core skill damage stuff here. Now let's decide from which side to enter. It's gonna be either up here, down here, or down here. I'd rather avoid this, so the options are here and here. I'd say probably this one is more important than that one. Mm. Again, this one is a good option for this board if the companions are really strong. But I don't know. I haven't played much with companions to know, and I don't know how strong those werewolves would be. Um, Obviously, they can be much stronger than the regular wolves. Oh, this is core skill bonuses for every dex. And there wasn't that much dex here, but it's enough. Select all of it. 39 dex. 39 dex. So 9 times 19.2. Let me check that one. 19.2 times 9. 172.8. 172.8. It's a solid bonus. Definitely a solid bonus to consider. Core skill crit damage. Crit strike damage. Since this build has a lot of crit chance, I think it's not bad. And that would be very good on bosses, because you would be able to get these crit strikes, increase the damage an enemy takes from you, on bosses if you keep hitting them. Especially with poison. If poison can crit, and poison crits each dot, each pip, um, can crit separately and can trigger this, that would be nice. Right now, I think what we need to do here is take that. And take some more decks on the way to this one. Basic skill damage, core skill damage. One more dex note is needed. Oh, this one's easy. There is one at the top that we can just... Actually, we can branch out here. This one is quick, 1, 2, 3. It's quicker than going that way. But if I go that way, it would be easy to go this way. And I think this is the better choice. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Have to take the strength, fortunately. This one is not really needed, so I'm not sure if I even want to take it. I think this probably would be it for the first version, and then I'll feel. After that, I'll start feeling. So this one is... What's that assigned index? One, two, three, and per 4. Oh, 2, 3. And we're looking for P, right? At this point, we need to start filling. So let's save this. Medwolf, Paragon. Oh, 95. Okay, time to fill. Just quickly double checking if the link works. Works. Fewer. Chicken dinner. Let's see. For every 5 willpower purchased within range, you deal 9.6 increased damage while in werewolf form, which again for us is all the time. Willpower, 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 willpower. $70. I don't think there's any more left here to take. Now over here we had for every 5 dex purchase within range, increased damage to poisoned targets. It works on bosses as well because you can easily poison them. And here was for every 5 dex core skills deal increase crit strike damage. Let's get the dex here first. 1, 2, 3. 1. And I think that's it. 39 dex. Not that much we got from here. Let's fill this board as well with dex. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 49 dex. I think that was it for this one. Let's see if I have enough. I think I have enough to connect. Let's just see where I can make the connection in the best way possible. Like four points for connection. I think this one is my connection point. Closest one. You require 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Only have 3? Wait, what happened to the renown? Wait, I might have a skill point. Did I remove a skill point from somewhere? Yeah, I removed a skill point from somewhere. From here. Need to redo the link. This could be downgraded to 1 point as well, by the way. Okay, let's save. I wish it would remember my cover changes. Now, close this, get back to this one, and figure out a way to handle this in the smartest way possible. We are whacking 3 points, 4 points. Spirit on Q we can sacrifice, no problem. One, two, three, four, five, six. So actually need 3 points, not 4. 3 points are needed. If I go back to that one spot over there, I could get rid of this. Storm skills deal increased crit strike damage against vulnerable, but this one gives me permanent crit strike damage bonuses. Not just with storm skills, but with everything. Fifteen crit strike damage to vulnerable. This is damage to crowd controlled and crit strike damage. Let me double check. So let's say we don't take this. I'm at 22. So this one I'm at renown 23. Around 26. But I'm taking some good stuff on the way, a little bit of life, and some resistances. And I think that's the better choice. I'm still getting the same shit. The crit strike damage 15 and then 3 times 7.5. But instead of instead of damage to vulnerable, I'm getting damage to crowd controlled 6 instead of 4, and it's better. But I still don't have the points to connect. I still need what was it? 6 points to connect. There is a better way to do it. Mm, 1 point? Really? Really? Fucking 1 point? Um, Damn it. No, wait, what? I think it works. Let me just wait. That's it. Works. But maybe shit. Fucking 1 point again. Stupid 1 point. I can remove something here. Spirit on kill. Boom. Done. So we have the max dex possible here. We've got the max dex possible here. We've got the max willpower possible here for bonuses. And on top of that, to end the setup, we took one. So now I have to decide: do I take it from here or from here? It's the exact same amount. This one is 1 3 willpower, 4 willpower, 5 6 willpower, 2 strength, 1 int. 5 willpower, 2 strength, 1 int. This one is 1 2 3 4 willpower, 3 dex, 2 int. So we are taking 0 strength here. Sure if it's, but this way we could have more willpower that way. And what if we do it that one? No, it one requires more points. Yeah, I think I'll do it that way. And I think that's squeezing the build dry. So you have to rotate that board. You would have to rotate it when you reach the second gate in order to fit. You have to rotate it, but otherwise you don't need to do it until that point comes. And with this, it's 17 p.m. We've made. I didn't choose the gems for this setup. I didn't choose the gems for the last setup. But let's make another one. Let's make a rogue. Let's copy my rogue. So I've already shown 3 builds today. For skills, items, and paragons. And I think I've got time for at least one more. I don't have a name for this one, because I don't even know what it's gonna be. XYZ. It could be a 2.0 version of another rogue I've got. It could be something else. This is the druid. This is the necro, and this. Let's decide on the unique item. This is my step number 1 right now. Danger to close enemies. Core skills do increase damage, and spending 3 combo points. Your basic skills using this weapon have 30% chance to. Wait, what would mean this weapon? Which weapon? Oh, the dagger. Okay. So for dagger, dual wielding basic skills. Core skill damage with dual wielding, critical strict chance against injured enemies. Not so bad. Mm, Marksman skill damage. Last time I made volatile 2.0, but maybe something with a bow would be nice now. Maximum stacks in the precision passive. Ranks of the exploit passive. Which one was the exploit passive? Actually, I can check it elsewhere. Let's say here, unique items. Control F. Exploit. I think it was damage versus vulnerable or something. Ah, versus healthy and injured. This is good. At the beginning where you wanna burst quickly, and then at the bottom, at the end of the lifespan when you wanna burst as well. Not a bad item. Impetus passive. Force skill damage to distant enemy. Quick hit. Deal double damage and knock back the target. Impetus. One was it? Ah, I don't want to build around this. Thanks. This one is for a basic skill build. Hmm. This one would be good for the Arrow Storm build. Obvious choice for the Arrow Storm build. Quick hit chance against crowd control enemies, cooldown reduction, dex, crowd control duration, max energy. Unless it hits boss or player. Okay, I've already built about with this one the Ice in the Dark. I already have a build for it. Grasp of Shadows. Changing a vulnerable enemy with a marksman or cutthroat skill has up to a 20-30% chance to summon a shadow clone that mimics your attack. Damage to shadow clone. Ranks to the core skills category. Yeah, one is fun because you can use that with anything. It could be marksman, it could be cutthroat. I think this goes very well with barrage. Let me check some of the non-class specific items. I wanna maybe consider a non-class specific item like I did for my Starfall mage, where I was using the Shaco, the Harlequin item, and Harlequin could work well with any build. It's a great unique if you wanna use something. If you have it and you don't have another unique, might as well use it until you get whatever unique your build needs. This one's not bad. Doombringer also pretty solid for skill damage. Grandfather, always a good one, but it's a two-handed sword. So wait, shouldn't that be on? No, no, it's general. I double checked. I first had it as a barbarian, but then I realized it's not just a barbarian. I think two-handed swords are maybe usable with from druids, but it doesn't say it's a barbarian only item. I double checked. But if only barbarians can use two-handed swords, then obviously it's it is. In any case, I'll keep it in the general category. Heart of Selic. Lovely resistance to all elements. I'm loving this 25% maximum you can get. And yet 100% maximum resource. In addition, when you take damage, drain resource. So this is like a mana shield, like a resource shield. Gain resource for every life you would have lost instead. Force Q damage, damage while healthy, um, resource generation. If a core skill hits 5 or more enemies, some of the resource is refunded. Crit strike chance, crit strike damage, overpower damage, core skill damage. Each consecutive core skill cast reduces the resource cost of your next core skill. Not so bad as well. Wacky hit chance, all stats, change to crowd controlled enemies. Solid stuff. Darius Visage, good for life stealing. Good for many builds that. I mean, it's the only item that gives you life steal. The only item that so far that I know of. This in fact could have been a very fun build for a very fun item for the druid. Let me add it as a as an optional item to consider. Temporary. It works very well with that setup there, so might as well include it as an alternative. And Harlequin Crest, I think, works well with any build. If you don't have another good option, you could always include it. Just the damage reduction and the 2 ranks to all skills alone are great, but then you have cooldown reduction and crafting material drop rate. So when you're farming, you might want to switch to the Shaco, to the Harlequin Crest, and then switch back to something else when you're doing some boss fights or something where material drop rate on bosses is even more necessary. But I think the Harlequin Crest is what people would use for Hell Tides, because Hell Tides drop that Fiend Rose, Rose Fiend Rose. I think it is called Fiend Rose, which is a material that only drops from Hell Tides, and it's a must-have material if you wanna get the final ranks of item upgrades. You know, when you go to the blacksmith or to the jeweler NPC, and you have to upgrade your accessories and weapons and armor. The first few ones you can get easily with just killing whatever type of content, but the final ranks of upgrading would require certain stuff that drops, like the Fiend Rose that drops in Hell Tide areas only. So the Shaku probably would be what people use when doing Hell Tides. I know I will use it if I have a Shaku, if I have a Harlequin Crest, um, and um, and I'll be doing Hell Tide. I'll quickly switch it up, replace whatever helmet I was using, lose whatever aspect is there for a moment, but I'm gonna get that 42 minimum additive percent crafting material drop rate. So in the worst case, I'll get at least half of the drops more. So if it drops me 3, in the worst case, I might end up getting um I might getting like 4 of the drop, because it won't be exactly 50, it would be 42, so probably it would round down probably, although it's good to round up. Merity. Just looking for something weird, interesting to build around, and then I'll decide what skills to use. Your attacks. This one is super fun. This thing I think would be extremely fun on the fastest attack speed skill ever, and I think that would be Frenzy. So basic attack skill build, but there is already an item, barbarian specific item for Frenzy. But I think this would be very fun. Crit strike chance 8%. Chance to freeze enemies. Lucky hit. Out of nowhere without having any passives or anything. And chance to restore primary resource. This would work very well on some code imbued builds. Or even better, if you combine this with the alchemist, with the freezing alchemist or whatever, I'll show you what I'm talking about. There are some alchemist aspects, and Icy Alchemist is the one where damaging a chilled or frozen enemy with a shadow imbued skill has up to 75% to release an explosion that deals cold damage to the target and surrounding enemies. And you can use this even with ranged skills. So you can imbue yourself with shadow damage, skip on the frost imbue bonuses, don't take frost imbue, but have this item. And I think I'll actually do that build because I'm very excited about the prospects of such a build. Um, Frost burn. It doesn't seem like an extremely strong item, and people might want to go cold imbue with it because it gives cold damage and again freeze duration and stuff. But 15 to 25% chance to freeze enemies for 2 seconds is shouldn't be underestimated. That's not chilling, that's freezing, straight up fucking freezing. And there is a chance to restore primary resource, which again it's additive, solid chance. Let's just look at the rest of the stuff, just in case I wanna build something like that. Boots with good movement speed, crowd control duration, and slow duration when you get slow reduction, slow duration reduction, slow resistance 45%. This one also gives you freeze duration increase, so those 2 seconds maybe would become 2.3. Well, I'm thinking of either Frostburn or Grasp of Shadow. Oh, they're the same type of item slot. Perfect. So let's do a Shadow Clone ranged, maybe Barrage, Shadow Imbued build, maybe. They're the same item slot, so it goes well. I would suggest those two items, one of the two. Obviously, maybe this one, maybe that one could be alternative, but this one could be the real deal, the one I recommend. And if we're going barrage, this also works with any. It doesn't have to be ranged marksman skill. It could be cutthroat skill as well. And vulnerable goes well with freezing and stuff. But again, I'll probably go shadow imbue, so I can have shadow imbue with freezing and that icy alchemist. What else was the good stuff for the icy alchemist? It explodes around the target, so you don't have to be nearby, unlike the volatile stuff. Then there's Noxious Ice. Shoot enemies poisoned by poison imbuement. So you can go poison imbuement or you could go shadow imbuement. And each of those would be good. So this one, they will be further chilled, but again, we're freezing, we're not chilling. So we'd rather get the bonus that works with frozen enemies, because that item doesn't chill, it straight up freezes. If you take this one, it gives you increased multiplicative, increased strike damage against frozen enemies. Sure, it gives you another stuff like grenade skills to shoot enemies, blah blah blah. But if you remove the first part out of the, if you don't care about that first part and only care about this one, it still works well with the build. Yeah, I think I'll build around this. It's decided. Now let's decide on an item, on a basic skill. I'll be the boring person that uses puncture again because I just like puncture the most out of every single other basic skill there. Invigorating didn't work bad, but it's a cutthroat skill. Actually, let me do something. Let's first decide what I'll use here. I definitely want to avoid victimize. I have a victimize build already, the volatile 2.0. Both enemy with marksman or cutthroat skill. This could also work well with Fury. I could make this a Fury build. It doesn't have to be a marksman build. It could be a Fury, and it could work well with a Fury. So I'm thinking momentum or precision, or I could go CQC. I could go CQC with Barrage and Fury. No, not Barrage and Fury, with Puncture and Fury. Puncture would be my marksman. Fury could be my a cutthroat. Where did it? So I'm thinking either Barrage or Fury, but I definitely want to use Puncture. Let me check some more of the items. Isn't a Barrage? Oh, there is Barrage. Arrows have chance to split into two arrows when they ricochet. What about the Fury? There is the 360 Fury. Definitely fun to build around. Let me check my old builds. My old builds. In my old builds, I think the Cold Step build was such a setup. Cold Step Rogue. Cold Step Rogue. This my old Cold Step Rogue was Forceful Arrow, Rapid Fire, Shadow Step. So it's completely different. Definitely, um, it's definitely a completely new build that I'll be making now. Again, what else do I have other than the Cold Step Rogue? I had Arrow Storm Rogue. I had Shadow Trapper Rogue. I had the Volatile. So yeah, this is gonna be completely different from anything I've made in terms of skills if I go Flurry. Let's go Flurry. Flurry and Puncture. This one. Both of those are good. They could work. But again, we don't need the chill as much. We already have chance to freeze straight up without the chilling. Definitely 3 points here. As I said, I need to decide between Shadow and Poison, and I think Shadow works better because the Shadow Imbuement Alchemist um, works with frozen enemies. Where did it go? It works with chilled, but it also works with frozen, and the item will give us frozen. Hmm. Good. So now I have to decide this or that. Those are the two things that would work well. 3 stacks momentum, you gain increased damage reduction, increased energy generation, and increased movement speed. I have to either hit stun dazed or frozen enemy or hit an enemy from behind. And for that, I'll require Shadow Step if I want to do the from behind, but the frozen stuff would work. Stunned and dazed, not sure it will work well. So close quarters might be the better option here. 20% increased damage against crowd controlled. Caltrops is slowing enemies, crowd controlling them all the time. And since the build is marksman basic cutthroat, I think PQC works well here. I'm not getting the damage reduction and energy again, but if I get the 20% attack speed, I get the increased 20% damage against crowd controlled. Seems reasonable enough. How many skills? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe. Where did I put points? I gotta decide. Do I want smoke grenade, concealment? I don't want dark shroud for sure. Or do I want to add coat imbue as well? But coat imbue, do I want to imbuments? What about adding dash? Oh yeah, increase crit strike damage. Perfect. That's it. Better than 15% increase damage. I mean, it's not better than 15% increase damage depending on the situation, but with this build we have a lot of ways to crit, a lot of increased crit chance. This one increases crit chance, then wiki strike chances are increased as well. And then we have chances to daze, and the daze is needed for here. I was looking for ways to add daze. Um, Actually no, we don't need daze. Daze was needed for there, so that's fine. We don't need the daze. Then this one seems okay. I think that's it. No more points. This one's probably good one pointer. So let's see if I can remove something. For a single pointer, this is good. Or maybe I can keep this one as a single pointer. Okay, that's our skills. Now it's items. Definitely this one. It's a centerpiece that I decided to build around. So Frostburn and Icy Alchemist. Mm, I want something that tells you shadow and ice from the name. I have to decide on the name later, but okay. So we're taking this one, putting it here. Then what else do I want? Potentially this one for the multiplex increase crit strike damage against frozen enemies. Look at definitely this one. Now one. Most likely this one as well. What next? Since it's a shadow clone build, it only makes sense to take shadow clone bonuses. Six already. I think we should stop because we do have the bow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can have 7, but I want to have maybe I would have something non-offensive here, or maybe I'll have a resource here. Maybe enough with the. I'll have shadow clones also, meaning the imbuments. Okay, fuck it. We're going all in on the offensive. 7 offensive. I might remove. I might remove. Might remove that one. I'll check later. If I need to, at least I know what I can remove. Let's check. Most likely the frostbitten aspect. Most likely. Let's decide first on one. Close quarters passive. Let me just double check here. I wonder if this can stack up. Let's take this one. Extra dodge chance. And that might make me rework the skills to include the to include the dodge chance passive, but I don't know, maybe not. Although this one works very well with the build, so do I want 5% dodge chance? Or do I want to get this, which would be not permanent, but solid for 5 seconds damage reduction? But look, this dodge chance keeps growing up. I think this keeps growing like 1 to 5% each time you get hit. And when you successfully dodge, boom, then it resets. So I think it's very good. I think it's a very good bonus. It shouldn't be underestimated. 1 to 5 doesn't seem as much, but when you consider taking multiple hits, will keep stacking it up until you dodge. It's not bad. This one's a very good alternative. This one's also a very good alternative. If I can't figure out good utilities, I will include more defensive skills. I'll definitely take this for the crit strike damage against frozen. Even if we don't chill enemies and straight up freeze them. Let's start populating. So yeah, I need to remove one of the offensive ones. And there is only one that's worth removing. It's that one. We have plenty of ways to do vulnerable, so that's fine. And I need to remember this one. This one was... I'll put it as a temporary at the bottom of the table. Where did the fuck did it go? This one. This one is just temporary until the Guoffs arrive. The unique ones. Yeah, let's do everything. Okay, let's put the rest of the stuff somewhere. Oh, we will be chilling. So we will be synergizing this with that because this one has chilling. When we damage frozen enemies, because we will be freezing enemies with that one, it will do that explosion and it will be chilling. I'm not sure whether this one or that one increases or whether nothing increases if you put it in a amulet or two-handed weapon. So this one goes, I'd say ring 1. This one I will consider putting on the two-handed weapon or on the amulet. Okay. The only thing that's left is this one. So we have Vengeful Corruption Swicer imitated. Um, Vengeful imitated Corruption Swicer. Then we have Encircling and Icy Alchemist, which is Encircling Icy Alchemist. And then the Blast Trapper. But this one has a chance to restore primary resource. So we don't need a resource aspect because this one has a built-in insight on a Guoffs. Pretty good. This one goes in the pants, obviously. And now we just need chest and helmet. Defensive utility for both of them. I'm thinking of going to defensive ones. Because I don't know, I'm not sure I like the utility I can get. But when it comes to defense, I could get Siphon Protection. And I could get stuff like Siphoned Victuals. Or even things like Little Dusk. Also, cheat. Cheat is not a bad one, but I don't know. I'd rather not take that one. Oh, uncanny resilience. Uncanny resilience is nice. Yeah, let's go siphoned protection and uncanny resilience. Although this gives you maximum life and it gives you stealth. But evading means evading with the basic evade, the spacebar or whatever it is. Siphon protection. Moment, I'm thinking of moving things around. Now here we are putting uncanny resilience. And this is the not a must have. This one I'd rather keep. And now we can move on to paragons. I just want to quickly save the skill setup. Okay, works. Oh, I forgot. Let's add it here. Siphoned Uncanny Elusive. But the protection siphoned, not the victuals. They don't have it. They don't have siphon protection on this website. Mm. Oh, I didn't add exploiter in this build. You know what? Fuck this one. Fuck this one. Let's add exploiter. I'm gonna take it from another build because it's quicker. I selected the Uncanny Treachery instead of Uncanny Resilience anyways. Where is Uncanny Resilience? Couldn't find it. Wait, I think I removed the wrong one, didn't I? Okay, let's take Siphon Protection. Yeah, this guy's missing some stuff from what I'm seeing. In any case, let's go Exploiter here. What else do I have? Elusive, Elusive and Siphon, Elusive, Elusive. He's missing Elusive as well. What the fuck? Am I blind? Missing a lot of stuff already. I think that's number 6 that I'm finding that he's missing across various classes. Elusive Menace. Elusive Menace. But oh yeah, there we go. Here. The but the Uncanny Resilience is definitely missing. He only has Uncanny Treachery. Okay, Icy Alchemist, Encircling Corruption. This one's temporary. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and this one 7. Imitated imbuements, that's what I'm missing. So corruption, encircling, imitated, blast trapper, icy, vengeful, shadow slicer. Vengeful. Here, yeah, okay. So I think that's them. One should be under offensive, I think. It's a one-handed dagger, obviously it's offensive. So save, share. What time is it? 11:10. Okay, I'll have time to finish the paragons of this setup. And starting tomorrow, I will be making builds. Tomorrow, I will be editing the video for the Starfall for the Meteor build that I showed you at the beginning of today's stream. Um, and I'll be making again a video a day um, until the beta. After the beta, I will resume again a video a day. Overall, there's plenty of time, but again, since I'm making new builds, not just 2.0 of the old builds, we'll see if I'll manage to make 2.0 of every single old build. But I think I'll have time. If I stop making new builds, now that we have the Mist Explosion as a new, Mad Dog as a new, this one, whatever I name it, as a new, the Overkiller is a new setup as well. What else? Yeah, so far that means I have made one new one for everyone except the mage, the stork. I might make a new one for the stork as well eventually. But at least for the other classes, I have definitely made new builds based on what I saw in the beta and what I felt plays fun. Okay, this one I'll edit later. Let's go for the paragons now. This would be an interesting thing to build around, as I said before. Over here, I'm gonna think it's best to pick something that gives you for every X dex da bonuses. This is intelligence, not for this board. And no. Which one was agility skills? I kind of forgot. It was the dash stuff, right? Dash. Okay, dash, shadow step, things like those. Dash, shadow step, caltrops. Okay, we have caltrops and dash, which means we have two of them, which means two things that can trigger this. I'll remember fluidity if I need it. For now, we don't need it. Frost feeder, increased chew effect, increased damage to chewed targets. Hmm. And fuck, there aren't that many great ones with dex bonuses. This one. This is it. So that's only gonna trigger when we don't imbue. So then we'll do increased physical damage. I don't know if it's good for an imbue. have that increased physical, but we don't have anything else that works with Dex. Cutthroat skills deal. Oh, this is it. Worry is our cutthroat skill. Um, will be mostly with the wielding melee weapon, but this is the thing I like. Cutthroat skills deal increased damage. And if we think of all the dex bonuses that exist here, eventually later when we fill, if we do that later to fill, as you can see, this is 65 dex, 65, 70 dex. This is the only chance you would get at the board to have 70 of your main resource. Every class has something like that. I probably did mistakes in my earlier builds when it comes to paragons, but now I realize it with the starting board, with the amount of main resource for every class that has been included. It's obvious that they want you to spend a lot of points on that main resource in this board. Okay, for now, we don't need all of it. Obviously, we just need 40. So, like that. Maybe like this. It doesn't matter how, as long as we have the 40 decks, we'll be good to exit the board. Mm, after dodging an attack, is there dodge chance? When inner sights gauge becomes full, you gain dodge chance. Oh, 100% dodge chance for 1.5 seconds. And that's not when you activate the inner sight, although I think it automatically activates. But yeah, the moment it becomes full, I'll consider this. Ultimate skills deal increased damage and grant you increased damage. This is good because the Shadow Clone does damage. And it will also grant me increased damage. Damage intelligence, life dex. Damage to healthy, crit strike damage. Draw impaired duration. Damage taken over time reduction. Chance to execute. This I like. Okay, most likely no witnesses. I mean, I've already got no witnesses board on another build that I can just check what I took from it, but that build was going for different bonuses. Whenever you deal damage to vulnerable enemy, they take increased damage. Okay, this exploit weakness, another thing that's not terrible, but not the best for that build. Your non-damage combo point bonuses are increased. And in Fury, if I'm not mistaken, this was attack speed. Where was it? I think in Fury this was attack speed, and Fury was the one where you want this. Yes, that's it. That's definitely the board. As I was making my previous rogue build, I was talking about how this board is not that good for twisting blades, but it's amazing for Fury, because here twisting blades you get extra movement speed, but with Fury you get extra attack speed if you go combo points, and I'd rather go combo points for this one. That attack speed is solid. And there's core skill damage as well. Regular damage, basic skill damage, which maybe we could skip. But then near the basic skill damage, there's regular damage, so there's that. It will be an interesting decision. Do I waste some points here, or do I waste some points here? This one seems like the better option. Armor and dex, very annoying, but we'll see. Maybe armor will be extremely important in the high tiers. Okay, let's say I start from here. And do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or I can reach here. But then I already have um, 1, 2, 3, 4 points out of the 5 I would need to get there. And then from here, I wouldn't need those. Alternatively, there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8. Okay, I think this is the better choice. Wait, let me check first. This one is strength. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and a half, let's say. Let's say 10 because this one is 7 and this one is 7. But that still doesn't give me one extra. Yeah, let's keep it 9. Strength bonuses would work. Enemies affected by trap skills take increased damage from you, which would be again caltrops more than enough to give you that damage. Let's look for other strength bonuses. This is strength. Increased damage to close enemies, 12.7. Whereas with this one, 9.6. Hmm. This one, because we have... Oh, this is it. No, this is intelligence. Fuck. Let me double check how much intelligence we get in this board. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it's a strength board. So the close enemies seems to be the best one, I think. Mm. This one also works, but yeah, close enemies it is. 12.7 increased damage to close enemies. For all the strength we will fill this board with eventually. For now we've got the basics covered. I need one more strength from somewhere. Okay. Now we have the 25. We can revisit this board in the feeling section at the end. So basic skill damage, stuff like that. We are skipping this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Okay, next. This goes on number 2, obviously. This one, probably Deadly Ambush. Let's check the stuff inside. Damage reduction from enemies affected by trap. Damage to enemies affected by traps. Any trap skill damage? I don't really need trap skill damage. Trap cooldown reduction. Probably this one. Let's check this again. 22.5 crit strike damage. Or up to 25 overall damage. Which again with crits would be even better. Damage to crowd control. Damage reduction from SWOT. Is there anything elite? Damage to elite, damage to crowd control, damage to crowd control, damage reduction from elites, and damage to healthy enemies. Okay, this one most likely would be the next one. This one's also not bad. In fact, it's a pretty solid one, except this armor here I'm not a big fan of. But then there's a lot of damage to elites. And then there's a lot of crit damage. Damage to distant we definitely don't need. Okay, so tricks of the trade or cheap shot. Eldritch Bounty. Eldritch Bounty, maybe. Imbued skill damage. I'd rather take imbued skill damage later when I've taken the rest of the stuff. 80 UK says, is it worth getting D4 yet? Well, this question for every game, is it worth it? It varies from one person to the other. I'm not sure whether for you it would be worth it. You'll be able to play it in June if you pre-order. If you get that, was it Ultimate Edition or was it pre-order that grants the early access? Let me double check. Not sure if pre-order was the early access, but I would definitely recommend if you want to play the moment everyone else starts playing as early as possible. Um, then you want to get that early access one. Which one is it? 4 days early access on launch. 4 days early access on launch. So if you want the 4 days early access on launch, you have to either get the digital deluxe or the ultimate. The only thing that makes the ultimate better than the other one for 10 more bucks is I think this one. You get the first 20 battle pass seasonal battle pass levels, and you get a cosmetic. Other than that, there's this Wings of the Creator emote in Diablo 4. Um, this one you get with the other edition. This one you get with the other edition. This one you get with the other edition. Yeah. So overall, this is actually for other games, so you don't care about those. So you would probably want to play on the 2nd of June instead of the 6th of June, which means it's either digital deluxe or ultimate. And again, the difference here is those two things. This is it. An emote, some cosmetic here that's seasonal from the battle pass, probably I don't know, and you get the first 20 levels of the battle pass for 10 bucks. So the battle pass tier skips, you'd probably be able to buy tier skips for 10 bucks, probably 20 tier skips for 10 bucks. It probably would have 160 or 150 tiers, maybe 200, who knows. Since it's 3 months, they probably would make it, or if it's 100 tiers, it would be best. 100 tiers would be lovely. So you don't have to grind too much for that, but rather focus on grinding the type of content you want rather than the type of content the season pass requires you. But whether it's worth it, again, this is something that varies from one person to the next. I personally, as a creator, felt that it would be nice to get the Ultimate Edition to support the game and to get the early access. I could have gone the deluxe, the digital deluxe. I was debating what do I really want a cosmetic and 20 skips, and in the end I said fuck it. I don't care about the cosmetic and the skips, but I'd rather give them a little bit more money. So hopefully it makes them listen to player feedback. Hopefully, because otherwise I would regret. I would regret giving them 10 bucks if 1 2 months after the game has launched, there has been a lot of feedback for this and that, and they didn't listen. We'll see. We'll see. But two cosmetics and some battle pass skips, in my opinion, are not really worth it unless you feel like okay, let's support the team. 'Cause those tier skips you would be able to eventually get. And apparently those tier skips won't give you an advantage. So it's not like pay to win tier skips. As far as we know, there's still the chance that those tier skips would let people unlock things um, that another person would need to grind an extra day to unlock. Such as the XP boosters. They mentioned that there will be XP boosters in the battle pass, but they mentioned even if you unlock them with tier skips, you won't be able to get them unless you reach a certain level. But is that player level? Is that Paragon level? What is it? What type of level is it? Although there are no Paragon levels, just Paragon points. It said you need to unlock them by reaching certain milestones in the game. So we'll see that. And they said that those XP boosters would only be for outs, not for the main character. Okay, so it's either Eldritch Bounty, or Tricks of the Trade, or Cheap Shot that I want to take next. I'm thinking Cheap Shot maybe would be the better option. Yeah, I'd rather take this permanent For each nearby enemy that is crowd, but that's not great for bosses. On bosses you would only have 5%, and bosses won't be crowd controlled. So let's get tricks of the trade, I guess. If you played your cards right, tricks of the trade would work well with this build. This might actually be the place from where I wanted to enter the board. Maybe. There's a lot of stuff on this board I want to take. Fact, other than the shadow resistance cluster and the armor and dex cluster, everything else I want. Um, Very difficult decision to decide which side I wanna take the entry from. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Same shit. What type of a board is this? This is not an int board. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 int only. This is another strength or dex board. In fact, this is probably a dex board. Look at the amount of dex we get. I want to check how much dex this gives me. I just select something. Cheap was dex. Dex, 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 dex. 70 dex. This is just as good as the starting board. 70 dex. This is fucking great. Now, I need to decide whether it's gonna be cheap or something else. Let's remove it for now. This is trend. Let's remove it for now and have 40 decks. 40 decks we need. And let's decide, do I want cheap? Physical damage increases the damage an enemy takes from you. Do I want something else with decks? Um, was this it? Was int. How are you, AD, by the way? What are you playing? Did you learn? Did you find out about the? I posted in Discord about this one game in the Pathfinder universe that is a Diablo style action RPG, hack and slash isometric in the Pathfinder universe, which would be pretty fun. They've recently announced it, so it's still like a prototype footage that they showed. There is no dex stuff here other than that one at the top. Yeah, I guess that's what we're taking. one was it? One? Fuck, I forgot which one it was. Cheap it is. 8, 9, 10. 8. To be 4. Oh, we don't need the resistance. Fuck. This. So we just need to go here. Five. 1, 2, 4, 5. But this gives us also 5 decks here. 1. We have 45 decks in this one. Four, 5. 5, 6. And it's shitty ones like in power rather than in decks. One is done, but later we will come fill it with decks. We have already 2 things to fill. One was the board maybe. Oh, so maybe I can do 2 more boards. I was thinking the combo board, the exploit weakness. Where was the combo one? Oh, that was the combo one, wasn't it? No, this one was the combo one. Yeah. Okay. What about the vulnerable one? Up to 15% increased vulnerable stuff. Damage reduction, damage to vulnerable. Damage to elites, movement speed after killing elites. Maybe this one, because our ultimate does damage. We have a shadow clone which does damage. Oh, and the damage to healthy I like a lot. Because it's big numbers with damage to healthy. And then there's the lucky hit. Okay, I'm gonna take that one. Thinking thinking like that. One, two, three, or 1, 2, 3. Dex strength better. Wait, is this an int? Did I finally find an int board? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 int. 7, 8, 9. Oh no, 7, 8. This one is 2 int. Okay, maybe that's what we're doing. Maybe I finally found myself an int board. 9.6 non-physical. What else did we have that was int? Um, was dex. Change to one was strength. This is it. This is the one. Okay. Uh, just double checking if there wasn't another one. So other than control, where did control go? There was combat with int. So control and combat. Increase. Okay. Force Qs do increase crit strike damage. I'd rather take this one. This works all the time, and it doesn't need to be crowd controlled enemies because bosses they might not be crowd controlled. It's unstoppable and stuff. This is the better one. So we'll fill this one with the int we can get. We are already at 24. Since we are exiting through here, this brings us to 34 intelligence, and eventually we'll take this one for 40. Eventually this one for 44. Although, yeah, that's as far as it goes. Eventually I'll need more points here, but first of all, I need to give Sky some food. He's here asking for food. Sky. Can't hear the purring. My microphone settings are cutting off certain sounds under certain frequencies. Actually, not under certain frequencies, under certain dBs, under certain decibels. Although I am also cutting some of the frequencies I don't need, but that's a different story from the EQ. This is not what I want. I need to check. So if I go here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. The other one would be probably 16 points. 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 points. Not a fan of this, but keep in mind I will still need those points here. And on the way I'm taking some stuff that's not bad. Let's double check the points I would need. If I were to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I'll still need one more point, 16. So just 2 points difference, but for those 2 points difference, I'm getting multiple big nodes. I think it's the better choice. But there is one big problem, a massive problem even. That massive problem is that the connections are not great. Let's imagine I remove those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3, 4, 5, 6. I try to enter from this place maybe. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What I'll need to say in my video is that the moment you unlock this, you rotate the board so that this goes here and this goes up. Otherwise, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Again, it's gonna be 9 points no matter what I do. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Means 3 more extra points if I don't enter through here. Let me double check something. 1, 2, 3. I can exit through here. Fuck it, I'm blind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's it. We are okay. We are okay. No need to do anything complicated. Here it's dex int dex strength. Here it's dex int strength. This is actually better. This is double dex, triple dex instead of double win. So one less int. That's properly min maxing this. Next, let me just save just in case. Next, what sky? Gave you food. So that's one of the things we can do. The Eldritch Bounty. The other thing we could do is Cheap Shot. Again, only to crowd controlled enemies, not gonna be great for bosses. We're not doing inner sight, we're doing combo points. This one, vulnerable. Damage to elites as well, so okay. I think I'll take this stuff here. Where is it? This stuff here before I take that stuff there and that stuff there. What type of board is this? This is another intelligence board. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The other one was more. So this one is probably better for decks or for just something that boosts the blue notes, maybe. Strength. is strength. How much strength is there? 1, 2, 1, 2. Actually, let's take them. I can just click them and it will tell me how many. 39 strength. That's not even 10 times. That's like not even 8 times. That's 7 times 5 for 35. Increased non-physical damage sounds good to me. It doesn't have a condition, um, and it will work nicely with this board. First of all, let's take this and this and this because they're on the way. And now I'm at 25. I can just exit through here. If I exit through here, I'm giving myself an open path to later take that one when filling. And then let's count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Not enough points. When did we get this far into this shit? How many points am I gonna need? I don't think I even need exploit weakness. So the thing I'll do is I'll just pick the best gem bonuses and pick that board. Maybe that's not the board I want. Let's see if there's another board with better bonuses in the gem so that I can take advantage of both of them. Potion healing? No. Fuck this. I don't want potion healing. Danger from SWOT enemies. And danger to crowd controlled enemies. Again, bosses, hard to crowd control them. Enemies affected by trap skills. Again, bosses probably won't be affected by my caltrops. Resistance to all elements. Damage after dodging an attack. And this gives you again, this is I'm not playing with that. Oh, I forgot to put this one in the right place, didn't I? Let's when did I make this one? Was that the next one? Yeah, that was the one I made earlier. So at this point, I'm looking at saving the setup. Did I remove everything from the other one? Okay, so that's the point at which we save the setup and don't add more boards. We just fill. We fill. That's the best thing we can do. So save, share URL, and copy paste here. He wants more food. It wasn't enough. I got him some new food. I ordered him 5 kilos of new type of food, and he really likes it. And it's food that's good for his kidney disease. Um, that's not overloading his kidneys too much. He really likes it. It's from pea and egg protein. Pea like the beans, the pea beans, uh, eggs. Okay, so yeah, I think now I'll just feel. As I mentioned, there are a lot of good things we can get from feeling. Starting with this one, cutthroat skills you increase damage, which is flurry. But there was something else that's better than that even. See, damage to close target. Again, flurry will be doing that, but it's 12% instead of 9. So I'll do priority in the flurry bonuses in the this one crit strike damage to core skills. Let's view this one first. I know it's just for the crits, but I'd say Dex, H, and Dex, Life, and Int. And this is easy. This is just 2 points. It's full. We've got that 44 Int. Next we are feeling. Um, next we are feeling this one. This needs to be filled with strength. As you can see, there are various strength bonuses. Do we take armor? I think I'll do this 2, 3, 4. So armor or dex? Dex for crits. And that's all the strength here. Now we have 49 strength here. We still have points left. Keep in mind, there are things like I would love to take this one. Why not? See if there's points for it. There was one thing that gave us was it core skill damage or something that I didn't take. Okay, let's fill this one first. This needs to be filled with dex. There's one dex here, two dex here. We need that dex there as well. And that's 70 dex. This is maxed out. And we still have points. We still have points to maybe take something else and connect it. Or I could fill this one. This one can be filled with dex. Yeah, this one is another one with plenty of dex to fill, and I think we should do it. Let's say we go willpower, dex, 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 dex. 70. Now we have 15 points. For 15 points, is it worth it to add another board, or would I rather if I can fill with something used like life and dex? And dex here. There was this one with resistances nearby. Where was it? This one with resistances. This one is regular damage, so I think it's worth it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, what was this one? This one was strength. Oh yeah, we've got the strength ready. Now we can add 3 points. Enemies twice, and I'm thinking of we go basic skill damage, or maybe life. Get basic skill damage. fact, this danger relation to close enemy is one of it. I can just put again into basic skill damage. And this is our setup. Save, share URL. Basic skills on combo points works nicely to them some extra damage. But yeah, right now I'm happy with what I'm seeing with this build that came out of fuck. It came out of nowhere. With a frost burn. And I'll fix the skills and stuff, but yeah, I've got some upcoming builds to make. Thanks to having more time today. I won't have that much time in the evenings starting from tomorrow because I'll be busy doing build editing, recording, editing, and stuff, and during the daytime. But up until the beta, how many days do we have? Um, we have 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th. So that's 8 days roughly that I would be aiming to make 8 more builds during those 8 days. And then after that, um, on Monday, I'll have to resume with that. And there's another two 2 weeks and a few more days. So roughly, I've got 20 something more builds that I can push before the game launches. I'll be adding polls. I'll add another poll today for the druid. I'll add a poll for the druid where you can vote. Just like this poll here, where you voted for what type of builds you want me to update, or whether you want me to make new ones for the Sork and for the Necro. I'll do the same one for the Druid, and eventually for the Rogue, and eventually for the Barbarian. I'd rather ask and based on the priority, based on the votes, I will prioritize stuff like that. So I think I'm done for today. It's midnight. I'm hungry. Sky bothering me. He probably wants to play. So thanks for stopping by and watching me. And having chats with me for this and that. I hope you've enjoyed seeing me figure certain things out. Let's do that hydrate, by the way. So keep it cool. Until next time from Mr. Quip, and goodbye.